live?
I'll check as soon as you guys go live on my end.
Yep. Does somebody mind?
Someone will have already checked before me.
In a couple seconds, making sure that we have audio from me as well as the players on the streams. How we doing?
Audio from you. On Twitch.
Couple seconds, making sure that we have. And some other people will yammer.
I hear myself through somebody's microphone.
Look like audio from me, so we should be shiny.
We are all good then. Sweet. All right, let's do our little intros. And Miller, you will go last after two hands. If you have any questions, you can check the streaming editing to see the order we go left to right.
Cool. I'll just follow y'all lead.
Awesome. All right. I welcome anyone and everyone to Bane of the Ancients DnD. I am Gats. I am the GM for this game, and we are Season 7, Session 32. Pretty awesome. And who am I playing with tonight?
Hello, everyone. I go by Aludriea Luna. I will be playing Tumblewhisker Stonebeard this evening, your resident, really angry manling barbarian.
Also known as Rune, previously.
Also Rune.
Yes.
Previously. Yeah, exactly.
And I'm Shuck, playing the cleric formerly known as Belanos, now going by Starshine Glitter Elf.
I am J-Crew, playing the Bard, Mastermind, Half-Drow, Miki, who now goes by Fuzzy Whisker, Bear Strummer.
Hey folks, it's me, your friendly neighborhood Two Hands, playing Shaska Atosa, now known as Gigglescale Serpent Master. I am the party's Yan T. Kensai of the group. Thanks for having us.
Hey guys, Miller here, and I'm playing our resident wizard, Deari Freylor.
Awesome. All right. Now let's get into the recap. Move this over. Yeah. All right. So, four adventurers and their ward have ventured into the heart of the Cutthroat Lands at the behest of the archfey known as the Old Honey Paws, or the Bear King. Taking a hiatus on their escort quest to bring a massive and apparently magical meteorite to the dwarven kingdom of Haladur, they left their massive wagon and the majority of their supplies and the companions in the Feywild under the Bear King's protection. The Bear King also exchanged their names for new ones while they pursue the quest given them by Old Honey Paws and the members of his court. The party unexpectedly discovered a relevant personal quest of the parties as well, to find Shaska for the time being known as Gigglescale's wife, named Elora Atosa, and rescue her from slavery. Oh goodness. My wife brought me a burger. Thank you. It's not expecting a burger mid-recap. So, using a magical waypoint from the Feywild, the party was thrown into an arid, red-stained sands of the Cutthroat Lands. Sheltering as best they could from the harsh heat, they worked their way towards their goal, the city of Desolera. The Bear King apparently entered them into a tournament at the Crone Stone Coliseum, a famous coliseum throughout the entire lands of Nicosa. And there is a special tournament going on, and the annual tournament known as the Rift of Reckoning, a Clash of Realms. It's a highly anticipated event in the massive trade city. However, while on this quest, the party is under a powerful geas not to disclose the Bear King's involvement. And they're charged with, while in Desolera, retrieving an exquisite barrel of mead from the tournament winnings cache, freeing a Viking princess with a big red scar in the middle of her face, known as Torgard Flotidota, and receiving a freely given kiss from a normal bachelor or maiden, as well as retrieving a ceramic container from a riveting crate kept in the arena kitchen, and of course their personal quest to gather information about Shaska's, now known as Gigglescale, wife, who was taken into slavery and separated from him. Shaska paid a handsome sum of about 300 gold pieces to an information/bookies, meant for broker/bookies, and discovered not only who is holding her, who owns Elora, where they're keeping her, where they're training her, and what is in store for her in the future. So, the party, having entered the massively walled city of Desolera, were welcomed to a world of excess, glory, and splendor. Belenos, now known as Starshine, was somewhat overpowered by the sheer hedonistic frenzy seeming to exude from the ground and air around them, their sensitivity to magic and ancient powers exemplifying the effect. And they soon learned there was a reason that this place is referred to as the Oasis of Hedon. They've been drawn to a couple different things within the city, most in particular, the temple now dedicated to, gosh, was it Charis? Was that the one? Yes, I think so. The Lamia temple used to be managed and have worshippers to, oh god, how do you say his name? It's like
Grasset?
Yeah, it's like
Grasset.
Grasset. Yeah, something like that. A demon prince. Some fear is lost forever, others do not. Though Belenos had some type of communing while in the church, though it was distant and there was much packet loss. That's right. The party also has the resident gnome, Omnildaz, now known as Bumbleberry, who is constantly expressing that they would like some more of the shark meat hanging around in the open markets. So as the party ventured through the tournament fair, which is a large section of the city cordoned off for the festivities, filled with stalls selling goods and services, everything from food to magic items to slaves to potions, anything you could find is basically in this market. Rune, now known as Tumblewhisker, was a bit overwhelmed with the variety of food, ordering way too many dishes, and then also spent a very hefty sum of gold on a pair of Figmon, magical figurines of wondrous power that can summon creatures for a time. And across the street, the Critter Commander stall, Gigglescale, made quite the impression with an intimidating show, and also ran into a Yanti mother and her daughter, with whom he has a date with later tonight. Towards the back of the cordon off area of the festival, the party explored 3 different temples, one to Charis, one to Rakdos, and one to... Shoot, I can't remember the other temple's name. Anybody got it off the top of their head by chance?
Nobanian?
Yeah.
Yeah, Charis, Nobanian, and...
Nobanian. Thank you.
Party demons.
Nobanian, that's the one for the Lamia, or the big kitties. While back there, Miki, known now as Fuzzy Whisker, ran into a fellow drow, a drow male book salesman, and actually purchased a book, The Rise and Fall of Veyron, from them, and had a really good time speaking in some Hoi drow, and has a book club date with him later tonight as well. Let's see. That's where my old recap ended. So after that, oh yes, you guys explored the Temple of Rakdos, which was filled with crazy parties and people getting torn apart by chain devils as you were all exiting. And you all did quite a bit more shopping in the markets as well. Let's see, Gigglescale actually commissioning somebody from the Critter Commander Slave Broker to do a set of shopping errands for them. Ended up hiring a Yanti merchant who promised the best goods, but for a hefty fee of 50 gold up front, on top of whatever gold they would be spending. Ultimately was very successful, though she could not purchase everything on the list, got an excellent deal overall, and informed Gigglescale not only of what they got, how much they got, who they got it from, but also how much they would need to get the other items on the list. Let's see. The party eventually made their way into the arena after the behest of many folks telling them to go check in. Once they got there, they were almost immediately told, like, well, you obviously shouldn't be here. Everybody who's a champion is already here. Like, everybody who's here is here. And you're like, no, seriously, it's us. And after some manager talk, you were eventually led to your room and met a water ganassi by the name of Eddie, who gave the party a stern talking to about the fact that they are in charge of coming up with all of your costumes and outfits, your team name, your social media strategy, your crowd enticing strategy, and all of these things overnight. So as frustrated and determined as he says he's not his first time doing this, and he will do it. And he's always in this sort of tense pose that you can see now, with his arms crossed, head into chin, looking down in furious focus. His fuchsia eyes becoming more apparent whenever he looks up, though most folk assume they're red until he looks them directly in the eye. After checking in with Eddie, the party was eventually brought to the dinner that they have been told that they are supposed to be at repeatedly, where they would be learning about the tournament in detail and also meeting some of the other team sponsors, including their own team sponsor. While outside of this meeting hall, their team sponsor came to have a brief conversation with them and kind of set the rules and expectations. Her name, Lysandra Nightshade, a serpentine lamia with sort of black obsidian and emerald scales, essentially told the party, I'm your team sponsor. We don't talk about the deal. I know the deal. I'm in a similar situation. If you guys need anything, let me know. But don't expect much from me. I don't have a lot of funds flying around. I have connections. I have resources. If you guys get yourself into trouble, try your best to get yourselves out of it. That's sort of the deal. And at that point, you all came into this audience hall, this sort of meeting room filled with a ton of food, and were sort of taking in the scene with all of these different creatures all about in here. Now, before I get into introducing Miller's character, was there any other stuff you guys would like to add from the recap?
Yeah, I'll add that there is this little troublemaker named Rufus that was throwing a tantrum about not getting water.
Yes,
That's
Rufus.
the last thing that I remember.
Yes, we will get to Rufus. Don't you worry. For anybody who's seen Norseman, he is definitely inspired from that show. I highly recommend it on Netflix. Go watch it. Not sponsored. Anyways. So, any other things we'd like to add? There's a couple little things I'm remembering now, but essentially what you guys spent most of the afternoon and evening doing as a team was going out, showing your faces, trying to make good impressions, trying to show that you guys are competent. You showed off in the fest hall, Miki doing a amazing dance up in the ribbons, getting everybody enticed and interested. Shashka doing a crazy blade dance on the table. You guys thought about doing a performance in the Rakdos, but there was already a crazy hell circus going on, so not the best place to make an impression. Any other stuff to add before we keep going here? No? All right. Great. So, you guys entered the massive doors guarded by two hovering genies and found your place at this long table here, sort of right at the back of the room. Your sponsor, Lady Nightshade, left you all at this table place, slithering over to her seat closer to the wall, over this way. And sitting in that seat, there is a little, I think I just put that on the wrong layer. I totally did. What layer are you on? The map layer. Cool.
Where do you live?
So she slithers over to a seat, which was being kept warm by a kind of pretty-looking high elf guy. Why don't, Miller, you describe what your character looks like, and it's up to you whether or not your familiar is out. You tell me.
My familiar would not be out.
Okay.
However, Daori has been trying to keep himself well kept, the best he could. He's been in town only a few weeks and has been traveling for many months before. So he's still kind of getting in the midst of things between his duties, trying to keep himself somewhat elegant. But he is of high elven descent. And Deari tries to wear as fancy of clothes as slave could get their hands on. Probably somewhat tattered commoner's clothing currently, but tries to wear it somewhat pridefully and elegantly. Though he does hang his head a bit, somewhat embarrassed of his current station.
Okay. So, Lysandra slithers over to you, and as expected, or as you're expected to do, I'm assuming you stand and give her her spot back. This is not an unusual thing.
Correct.
And she whispers to you. So I'm choking on a tater tot slightly. Hold on. Come on. I do apologize, Miller, if I bounce around your sheet a bit. I'm getting to learn your character as well.
Oh, good.
Miller, the lamia is choking. What do you do next?
Let her die.
This is your first task.
She actually
Assume control.
whispers over to you in Abyssal, of all things. I was promised a winning team. I don't think I have one. You're joining it. And she points over at the table. We'll talk more later. Consider yourself a member of that group. And points to this table here. And Deari, you would have known she's been like nervously venting to you, like, where are they? Where are they? Where are they? Where are they? They're supposed to be here. They're supposed to be here. That entire row is ours. We're supposed to have a whole squad. It's going to be great. I was told they're winners. And they've showed up like 30 minutes before dinner starts.
Like winners.
You also know that
without even looking towards where she's pointing, I'll just like dutifully give a shallow bow and Lady Nightshade.
Great. So you see this bench they're all sitting at. You get to meander your way over there and pick where you want to sit. Feel free to move your token however you'd like. You'd also know that Lysandra has been telling everyone, and you have been helping her tell everyone, that these folks have been here for 3 weeks, training diligently when the other team dropped out. You know, in fact, that's not true, but you have been telling everyone that.
Okay.
All right. So, Deari, this high elf, who was sitting over by Lady Nightshade, points over to you guys, and this high elf starts walking over, and it looks like you approach Starshine. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. Chuck, why don't you give just a brief description of what does Starshine look like sitting here at present?
I think the first time I described him, I said that he would probably pass for a high elf, except all of the features that like clearly mark him as elven. It looks like someone like in the character creation screen just slid the sliders all the way up, like past the maximum just a little bit. So like the eyes are a little too big, the face is a little too angular, the ears are a little too long and pointy for a regular elf. And his eyes don't glow necessarily, but there is this weird effect happening where if you can see them, they look like they're brightly lit. Like they look like you're seeing them in a brightly lit room, even if the ambient light is dim or, low light. Black hair, extra pale right now for other reasons. And looking probably a little worse for wear at this point. Like just kind of sitting in his seat, spaced out, and trying not to draw attention to himself, especially considering the muscles of mountains sitting across from us at this table.
There are indeed muscle mountains across the table. If you were sharing a bench like a seesaw, you all would be in the air. But
Pretty apt description.
so you walk over, and what do, Deari? How do you introduce yourself, or what do you do exactly?
Deari will walk over, kind of with his eyes toward the ground, Um, and on approach, in a very monotoned hue, just give a good day. Lady Nightshade has ordered that I assist you in the endeavors to come. Apologies if this would cause any quarrel with you, but such is my task and duty. And I'm gonna say this in Elvish as I would have approached the elf intentionally.
Oh.
My head's gonna cock right over.
Chuck, what were you saying?
Oh, I think when he first approaches, I think Starshine like puts his hand over his cup, like, "No, I'm good for right now, thank you." Like,
No!
He does look. He looks like the other servants around for sure. So not far fetched.
Oh, no, thank you. Yeah.
no, I'm good. But no. When he says that to me in Elven, I will respond. I will kind of scooch over closer towards Tumble Whisker to leave room on the bench. And I guess I will just like wave to have a seat, kind of like this may as well happen, and turn my head towards the rest of the party and be like, "We appear to have a new member of the party. Was anyone else consulted about this?"
Do you want me to consult with the lady about it? I can.
I think she's already been consulted. I think that's the point. Welcome to the team.
Deare sits down, and he kind of like glances down the bench, and he keeps a very straight posture in the seat, and looks down and says, "Lady Nightshade has expressed disconfidence in your abilities in the days to come. Therefore, has sent me as aid, and that I will say in common."
That not nice lady.
Well, the snake lady must have confidence in you. I've heard strength in numbers, but if she finds us lacking that much, and you're
Opinions matter little. Actions will define the outcome. And the bets.
the bets.
Let's do another quick description real quick.
Sure.
So, down the table, on the other side of Starshine, this elf with the special eyes, what do you look like there, Aldi? What does Tumble Whisker look like?
Yeah, for the foreseeable future, you would see a big old red and brown, bushy bearded, possibly dwarf, but a little bit too tall, but also a bit too short to be human. Not quite sure. Too curving, possibly some sort of goat horns on top of their helm, and they've just got like a sack on their back filled with various belongings.
Awesome. How about you, Giggle Scale?
Giggle Scale, a Yuan-Ti half-blood with the Yuan-Ti heritage showing on its full left side, including his left Yuan-Ti serpentine eye, green scales. I'm currently shirtless with like a leather battle skirt on, kind of like samurai style, and I do have these like thin sheer like satin see-through like covering that kind of goes over my shoulders. I don't really know what it is, but it's on my character art. So I'm just kind of like this shirtless guy with a ponytail, long black hair, half Yuan-Ti, has like a really serious look all the time. I kind of have like that RBF face, but you know.
Thank you.
Miki has
AKA.
deep purple eyes with one of
Whiskers.
which Fuzzy Whisker has one deep purple eye and one eye that is flashing between probably like blue and purple at the same time. And he's kind of like looking down at you, and he has this long leather trench coat that goes about right above his rear, a turtlenecky kind of shirt that comes up, and some whiskers on his face for his half-drow parentage.
At the very end of the table, there's this little gnome lady with a just massive bundle of messy red hair, actually extending down like past... It's like ankle. Like if you stretch the wavy hair out, it would be under her feet. And she has this exact expression, eyes extremely wide, trying to observe everything, licking her lips, smelling food.
Oh,
I'm
I don't
Bumbleberry.
mean
It was a pleasure.
this rudely, but you look like a wet spaghetti noodle. How are you going to help us?
My master has not given me her intentions fully, but I would expect it is that I am expendable. And as he says that last word, his head hangs a bit further.
Oh, you're not expendable. No one's expendable unless we say they're expendable. So therefore you have some kind of meaning and you're useful to us, so welcome to the friendship, friend.
Your welcomes are very appreciated. And his voice doesn't really show much interest. This is all a bit surreal.
Well, I go by Starshine. Have you eaten? You look like you haven't eaten recently, and someone may as well enjoy this, and I slide my full plate over in front of him.
Oh.
Apologies, but
She gives you a
I'm
nod.
not sure.
I'm sure you looked. It looked like you looked over at Lysandra, and she gave you the nod that you're good, you're okay.
So
guy.
before Deari would feed himself, I would pop Aldheim out of the pocket dimension, but kind of under the bench,
Okay.
and he would like come up between my legs into my lap, as I would, as stealthily as possible, probably break food and
Why
put
don't
it under
you-
the table for him to eat.
Why don't you or Aldheim roll a stealth? You can pick who. And this is against the party's passive. Honestly, everybody's passive.
That'll probably be fairly obvious.
Unless you get under
I
like
rolled
a
to GM,
5.
but it was a 17.
This little guy.
Why is it rolling to GM?
There's a GM toggle at the top
Yeah.
when I was testing it.
I got it set now.
So anybody with a passive 17 or above notices something under the table. Starshine, you definitely notice. You can roll active to try and learn some more details, but it's right there.
23.
Ooh. Anyone else want to roll an active Percepi with this thing?
Sure.
Whose passive is decent?
Also 23.
Yeah, not I.
Woo. All right.
Oops, never mind. I accidentally rolled a performance.
All right. So why don't you go ahead and describe for Starshine and Fuzzy Whiskers what they see getting fed under the table.
Oh,
So much like the picture, a small red dragon whose the tip of his horns fade to a silver, almost like a gunmetal finish. He has the same turquoise eyes that Deari has. Pretty small, only about a foot long. But there's a let's see, how do I quite explain that? There's kind of a shine to him. It's a kind of a celestial thing, like the Starshine's the light cleric, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I think you would get a sense of that. That this is kind of a celestial being.
Sure. Starshine, do you want to roll an Arcana or a religion?
Yes,
Either one.
sure. Both equally not great, so...
Pick your poison.
Oh,
Woo!
22
Wow.
Arcana.
Okay.
That seems like a celestial familiar, Billin. Starshine. That's a very good Arcana.
I think when I see Aldheim's head poke up, I think Starshine brightens up noticeably and is intrigued by this new thing, and he goes, "Hello, who's this?"
Who's a what now?
Oh, you have a pet?
Can I ask what language are you saying that in?
did somebody
Common.
say the P word?
Common.
Did I hear the P word?
You're saying that
Start
in
looking
common?
around.
Double Whisker leans in.
Yes. Come on.
So I look down. Deari looks down and starts. It looks like they're almost speaking to each other, but neither one are actually physically saying anything. and I'll kind of just give a nod, and Aldine will kind of walk to the edge of my lap and jump on the bench between me and Starshine, kind of with his head up towards you curiously.
So you got a little chill, serpentine, crimson-scaled little dude looking up at you now on the bench. And then, Diari, do you explain more about it, or you just kind of let him introduce himself?
No, I'm just kind of letting this instinctually happen. I have kind of postured myself turned towards him just in case this doesn't go the way I think it will. He's very protective over all time, but
I'm gonna offer my hand to Aldine like you would to like a dog or a cat, and just kind of look at Diari for permission.
I'll give him a nod.
Cool.
And then just kind of like sort of petting, but also just like feeling this familiar and going, it's remarkably resilient. This is impressive spell work.
So as you would put your hand like out, like for him to sniff it or whatnot, I think due to habit, he would actually try to like walk up into your hand onto like your forearm.
Oh, if he does, Starshine is going to look absolutely delighted at the prospect of having this thing crawling on him.
And I think at this point, Diari would kind of look towards you and see how you're handling him and say, his name is Aldine.
You are a wonder, my little friend.
Me and Aldine are very close. He's been my greatest companion for a long time now.
Starshine, what's that?
Don't be honking him now. Hand him here. I want to turn.
All right. And I'm gonna like kind of like make a bridge to Humble Whisker's shoulder with my other hand.
Oh, come here, little buddy. I'm going for like the proper.
So,
DM, can I roll a fate die at this point to kind of see if you would be scared or not?
You're familiar. If you want, I would
Whisker.
say do like a wisdom save for fear.
Okay. From him or from me?
It's up to you. If you want to be scared, roll it from Diari. If you want to see if the familiar is scared, then roll it from their sheet.
I'm saying if he's scared.
12, I'd say tentative but safe. Like Dad's here. He met Starshine. It went well. But Tumble Whiskers is a whole other creature altogether.
Okay.
Tumble Whiskers, do you want to roll an animal handling for
Yes.
given your history?
Absolutely. And I hope it goes just about as well. Yeah, that all right.
Straight 12,
A straight 12. I'm on that
It's like-
wavelength.
It's like one of the best animal handling rolls you've done.
It is the best animal handling I've ever rolled. Broke 10. So yeah, just some hearty pats, I guess.
Okay. So how would Aldime react to Tumble Whisker just kind of like roughing him up a little bit? Some hearty pats to this little creature.
So this is kind of what I've been waiting on.
I like your dog.
At this point, Aldime speaks
Oh,
and says, "Easy."
oh, can we keep him?
I'm gonna chime in. Those get big, And I just start looking at Starshine suspiciously because I didn't see where this thing appeared from. I just saw it was first in Starshine's hands. Okay.
Look, we got enough. Like really excited. Shaska, how do you say "you're mine" in Draconic?
I don't know if I want to teach you that because
Good.
Actually, he says it in common.
Mhm.
Oh, nice. Let's.
Tumble Whiskers trying to learn Draconic.
Yeah,
Which is
absolutely. It's just you don't gotta use our tongue. I'm still learning, but
all right, fine. I'll say in Draconic to this creature and also to Fuzzy Whisker or whatever Whisker you are.
Tumble Whisker.
How big will you get? And I'm looking at the little dragon, little
And
buddy.
you say this in Draconic?
Mhm.
I do. How big will you get, little buddy?
be really funny if it didn't understand
It
Draconic.
does not speak Draconic.
Oh, that's great.
It does not know what you're saying.
After I don't get a response for a while, I'll offer my hand to it, my scaled serpentine hand, and just open and see if he does crawl up into my arm. Kind of like extending outward. Do you want me to roll on animal handling?
Up to you.
Up to you.
I know I had Tumble Whisker because they have a history of turning pleasantries into combat. But
Nightmares. Depending on the perspective.
up to you, Diari, how Eldam would react at first. Would he just be like, "Yeah, sweet, another hand," or like?
I think he's easing in right now, so yeah, he'll be okay until somebody like really messes with him. I think he'll be okay.
So Google Scale, up to you if you want to roll an animal handling, but otherwise it'll just go pretty smoothly.
I'm cool. I'll kind of like hold him up like in front of me, and I'll keep talking to him in Draconic. Do not speak the language of your kind. I'm still not convinced.
He kind of like cocks his head in like that really confused thing, and then he would look back at me, and I will say in a different language. He believes you speak the language of the dragons.
I do.
No, I'm saying this to Aldine in a different language. I don't know. I don't know who understands Celestial, but that's what you would hear.
Belenos, probably.
Yeah, I do.
So Starshine hears you.
Yeah, so I would say, he believes you speak the language of the dragons. And Aldine will just turn back towards you curiously. He is a dragon of few words.
I'm not surprised. And I have a smug grin, and I don't look anywhere, but a certain someone in the party is probably feeling the gaze that I want to point their way. Miss Bumbleberry.
Ooh, give him here. Give him here.
What's your
I'll hand him
approach?
over to
Fuzzwhisk. What's your approach here?
Oh, I'm gonna do the bridge, but I'm gonna 2-arm it, and I'm gonna do this. And as they start walking, I'm gonna spread my arms a little bit to see how gator walky I can get them to go.
Okay, that's an animal handling. Go for it.
Yeah, okay.
You want it to do the axolotl walk?
15, not bad. Yeah, I assume Alda'd be able to handle that just fine. They have decent decks, if I recall.
He probably would be able to handle it, but I think out of laziness / being spoiled, the second he would start to lose his balance, he would begin to fly to stabilize himself above your arm and then land back.
And then I'm gonna twist immediately over to Bumbleberry and be like, "Look, it's your brother."
That doesn't make sense, Fuzzy Whisker. Just try to recover from
she
that.
just looks at you, Fuzzy Whisker. I'm actually gonna hold on. I'm gonna roll something.
I whispered it. I'm being sneaky.
Let's see how well she can whisper it. Not. So she just says to you, Fuzzy Whisker, "That's not funny." Loud enough for the whole table to hear it.
Ooh.
We're not related at all.
I don't know your name, Mr. Noodle Arms, but if I toss him your way, will he get his way back, or do you want us to walk him back?
At that point, I look and kind of startled by the question. Aldine just disappears from your arms. And then he'll pop back in existence next to me as I push him into pocket dimension and back out.
One day, someone needs to throw this thing like a football just to see it.
I mean,
Oh no. All right.
I'll do it.
So, pleasantries aside, any other little chatty things you want to do before we get into this big intro to the tournament?
Question, yeah. I'd like to interact with Rufus. When is a good time for me to do that?
You can either do it now or after the whole thing, if that makes sense.
Is he still droning on about his water? Because if so, then I would like to. Then
Yeah,
so
So the table next to your table, on the other side of the meat people who are sitting across from you at the table, and just to give a quick rundown for Diari, these massive humans
Oh my gosh.
are sitting across from you at the same table. All of you have heard tales of some sort of the massive Reaver folk of the north. Some say they're descended from giants. Some say they're just crazy, weird, blessed humans, uncultured savages, etc. And back over here is Rufus. And he's sitting there with a bunch of other kind of more frail-looking humanoids, some of them elves, some of them humans, some of them gnomes. And he's just addressing anyone who looks like they might be able to bring him a cup of water. And no one is doing so. He's like, the service is completely unacceptable. I have asked for water more than 20 minutes ago. I've counted, and no one has brought me more water. I am thirsty. And he's just holding, like, showing his empty cup. Look, anyone? Hello? Everyone's ignoring him for the moment. And then Giggle Scale, you wanted to address Rufus?
Yeah. So, well, I'm just gonna get up because I'm tired of his shit, and I'm gonna walk around here, and hopefully, when he's not looking back this way, I'll just kind of slip around to his left and just kind of be standing there with my canteen held in my right human hand. So like my human side is facing him. And I just kind of wait for him to acknowledge me. And I'm just... Does he eventually acknowledge me, or is he just...
It takes a moment. It takes a moment because
Yeah.
he has his thing he has to go through, and then he kind of actually startles a little bit that you're standing there. He was not paying attention. Oh, what's that? Is that water?
Yes, to cool your tongue. And I'm just going to pour it for him in this cup. And then, like, after I finish it, I'm just going to, like, you know, put my thing back and just watch him standing.
You fill his cup. He doesn't drink it. He stands on the seat, on the bench here. He stands up, holding the cup. See, everyone, this is how you treat people. This is service. This is how I expected to get my water. Thank you. Thank you.
And then I'm going to just turn my head and look at him with, like, both sides and just see what he says.
That's he's saying to you. He's looking down at you right now. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Will you sit down, please?
Sure. Sorry. Yep. And he sits down. Thank you. It's about time someone served me. And what might I call you? I can make again.
Giggle Scale, Serpent Master.
Thank you. My name is Rufus Theodosius Claudineus.
I want to ask this above table because I don't want to ruin Two Hands' thing. Can I mess with him with message?
Sir.
That's up to you guys. I don't care. But it's up to you
That's
guys.
what I'm asking Two Hands. I don't want to ruin his thing if he's doing something.
I don't know what you're going to say, but, like, my character would trust you to, you know, my character trusts you. Like, so
Okay.
do with that what you want.
I'd like to discreetly cast message on Rufus
Mhm.
and just say, very brave to be drinking water from a Yonti.
So roll me a stealth arcana combo, just to be subtle, because that's what you're trying to do.
Stealth.
What'd you
Jake,
roll?
I love it. See?
What'd you roll there?
Dude,
We're
that's
using
even better.
inspiration because I don't want to deal with this right now.
Dude, keep it.
23.
Dude.
You used it. All
And
right.
then my Arcana. God damn it!
You can't fucking
You know what, Jig Crew? You know what I will offer you if you'd like it. You can have your inspiration back. Would you like your
I'll take the
inspiration
double
back?
natties. I'll take the
God,
double natties.
Cards.
Just 'cause
Right,
I
you'll
wanna
take
see
the
how
double
this goes.
daddies.
This is payback for all those nat 20s in Rodinia, dude.
That's true. I got like 6.
All right. So before I say something, J Crew, do you have a fun idea what this natural 1 stealth, natural 1 arcana could be?
I have an idea, like, Bumbleberry may be trying to get me back for making the dragon thing, so she jabs me in the side as I'm like, and I mess up the casting. I just shout it across at him.
I have something to spice it up. Roll me a d20.
This is how many people you cast message to.
17.
All right.
Oh no! It broadcasts in the hall.
Yeah,
Incredible.
Radio on.
So, what exactly were you trying to whisper again?
Very brave to be drinking water from a Yanti.
All right. So, I think it actually makes sense, aiming-wise, to land on this fella. There's a drow across the way, sitting kind of in the shadows
This
of the
guy
back.
gets it?
Yeah, this gal, it's hard to tell. They do seem to have breasts, but they're, presenting kind of male garb and male like attire and headdress and everything like that. But yeah, you whisper that to this drow. Obviously a very rich and powerful drow who's here as a sponsor for a team. They're going to try and figure out exactly who did that, and there's just like this look of concern for half a second, and then back to this relaxed tone. Who is this?
How'd you get my number?
Do I know I hit him?
You heard
Or
a
her,
voice you were
them.
not expecting back.
Oi,
Sorry,
ya
wrong number.
Can I tell by like the vocal, like the?
No.
I can't. Okay. Well then I'm just gonna throw my message in that general direction again.
All right, so what do you say your second time? It's going to land the same place. They rolled a 1 to figure out who's doing this.
Yes!
I'm just gonna throw it in the general direction, not even aiming. So maybe I'll hit someone else. I'm gonna say, my name is Jonathan Goodprior.
Roll a deception.
Hope it's a 1.
Good prior.
Good crier.
20.
They rolled a natural 1 again. So you're just wrecking this person who's high on opium and whatever was in that cup.
That explains a lot.
Jonathan, is there something you need?
Nope. I just wanted to say you look great.
I do look
And to
great,
make a
Jonathan.
I know it.
I don't remember who. Did you say this? This is their reply because it's message. Did you say a Yanti made this cup?
Yeah.
And how do you know that?
Oh, I have eyes everywhere.
And then they're just looking around the room at all the other sponsors right now. Like,
I'm gonna. No, that's too much.
anything else you want to
Said
do with
you.
this poor drow that you're messaging at present?
Who's the? Oh, is that frog guy? This is a frog guy, right?
He is a dragonborn.
He's
Dragonborn.
rotund, but a dragonborn.
Yeah, greenskin dragonborn.
Yeah.
And I've moved them
I'm just
roughly
gonna-
where they're sitting at this point.
I'm just gonna throw out there, just cause a little drama, you know. I just watch out for the dragonborn, the big dragonborn guy, and then I'll leave it at that, and I won't send them any more messages.
Zathar is quite deadly. I don't know if they'll enter, though. And who knows who that was that they're referring to. So, back to Giggle Scale and Rufus Theodosius Clandaneus. He was thanking you. You asked him to sit down. He eventually did. And now he's looking over you like maybe you're a chum, but he's also still kind of like scrutinizing you like a little bit. So are you one of the servants too, or what's your role here? You seem like the most reasonable person I've met in months.
My role was to cool your tongue so that I can hear the opening ceremony. Please listen. They're about to begin.
He slowly processes that was a dig. As I'm
going to
walking
go
away?
sit down.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
The facial expressions I went through is basically what he does. Just like, hey. And he's just stewing, and now he's contemplating. He's like carefully sipping his cup.
I'll take the free compliment. That was the bonus.
Nice.
This is service. All right. Any other RP stuff as people are kind of quieting and murmuring and
I have a clarifying question.
Yes.
Is it expected that we should be staying in our seats until they start speaking?
That's what others are doing, for the most part. There's a couple little bits of like, similar to what your table's doing, a little bit of like, hey, passing food around, passing drink around, like that kind of a thing. But for the most part, people are either staying near where they're seated, or folks have stayed where they are seated. What I'd like, honestly, I don't think it matters too much. If you'd like to roll active perceptions, you can to get extra details. But this room is a pretty open book for the most part. I'm going to be giving a good rundown of everything in here. If you do roll perception, let me know what specifically you're trying to discern.
That's good.
But yeah, in this room, we've got you folk. There's these muscle people at your table. All of the other tables are filled with various other folk. Some of them, for example, over here on the right, there's a bunch of dwarves, and they are all like... They're chained and cuffed up. They have no gear at all on them. They're just in like tattered clothes. And you've got some other folks that have all their weapons and things, like the other people across at your table. The table Rufus is at. Again, all of those, like, I would say wizardy, scholarly looking frames and attitudes, but not accompanied with any spell books, staffs, wands, gear. They're just in clothes. But they are not chained up. So you have folks for these different teams, all with kind of different levels of freedom, if that makes sense. All right.
Fuzzy Whisker, do you think that possibly someone over there at that dwarven table might know something about Darren? You know what kind of dwarves they are?
Oh,
just a thought.
I didn't even think. Do any of them look like Darren?
You can roll me a perception. You did roll me a perception of 26.
I was specifically looking. I was giving a scan of everyone just to see if anyone sized us up. But I mean, if you'll allow, I'd love to, hard focus that on that 28 on the dwarves.
All right. So you were trying to see if anybody's sizing you up. Combine that perception with an insight, real quick.
Okay. Insight will be 14.
Okay. With your guidance, and then looking over at the table, I don't know. I mean, you'd recognize him. We'll just keep your high perception roll. It's fine. None of those are Darren, so that's good.
Okay.
There have been several folk checking you guys out. The only person at your table that seems to get any attention is Giggle Scales at present, because they are in fact a Yuan-Ti. Yeah. You get a couple glances yourself, Fuzzy Whisker, but like you have a very different presence about you. It's not, nobody's like staring down and scrutinizing your team, but there has been some like, yeah, what do they got? It's probably fine. You are also very overshadowed by the giant human people at the table next to you.
Got walls in front of us.
Yes. Any other things folks are trying to discern before we get on with this? No.
Just to throw back at Shaska or Giggle Scale.
Mm-hmm.
They might. I don't quite. Would I be able to tell if they were hill or mountain dwarfs?
Nature will tell you that.
Nature.
Mm-hmm.
Nah.
It's hard to tell with the 4.
They're chain dwarves, actually.
They're chain, and when they're not wearing their, typical mountain or hill or Durgar kind of like garb, it's really hard to tell. They kind of got like, they dress differently,
I'm just going to pat him on the shoulder.
But don't tempt me with a good time. I would love to figure that out.
As a party, do you guys want to initiate any conversation with these guys in front of us? Or do you want to just let it roll and get introduced?
I tipped the conversation. This person across from me. So what'd you kill to get that?
And what language are you using?
Probably just common. Yeah, I'm gonna go with common.
Roll a performance to get them to care. Real quick.
Sure. It's gonna be a 4.
Nah. One, it seems like your common wasn't even recognized on their ears. Like there was no flicker of there was no recognition of your words.
Language.
Yes, and on top of that, you don't seem to be relevant to this woman at present.
Nice.
Hmm.
All right. So there's a couple ways I could do.
Keep it after I bring her down in the arena.
Okay. Well, if they don't want to talk, if they can't talk common, then
They can't.
Cool.
At least that particular one. So I could give a general, more detailed rundown. I'm going to gloss over it for now, and we'll get some more details when they pull lots. But essentially, this bottom floor, the middle of it is filled with the team members of these contestants. Along the edges of the walls, there are finer seats, special seats set up for these different sponsors. Some of them obviously needing more accommodations than others, such as this big squiddy boy in the corner needs a big old chair and at least 4 women at a time.
obviously.
And you have a few folk like that. One of the more interesting one, actually in the back behind the thrones, there is a massive crocodilian woman with her own pool, just chilling back there, drinking huge vats of wine. It's unclear whether or not they are a sponsor, and they're paying half a mind to what's going on over here. In fact, this whole back, like behind these curtains, back here, there seems to be quite a few people like having a quiet party back there. Maybe they should be here, maybe they shouldn't. I'll actually make them stand out because they're the only ones who aren't really here for the program. There's 2 Serpentine Lamia, this boy, with his green old scaly whaleys and a huge, massive golden cobra crown on his head with like 8 or 9 cobra heads. He seems to have a bit of like a bro attitude. Is kind of in good shape, but not like totally cut. There's another Serpentine Lamia with white scales and this like opalescent silkiness flying around him. He's even more gaudy than the other one, but doesn't seem to have as bad of an attitude. He's also not as big. Already mentioned the giant crocodilian woman. There's a literal genie sitting over there, just menacingly staring at the room, floating about 3 feet off the ground.
Damn, dude.
And then this woman sitting at the edge of the pool. She's wearing very ornate, kind of somber toned clothes, matching somewhat of the kind of crimson, gold, and red that you've seen with a lot of the other folk that are kind of up towards the front of the room. The weirdest thing, though, about her is this hawk that's standing on her bare hand that seems to have like a ceramic or wooden doll's head on top of it instead of a hawk's head. All right. Those folk are weird. They're in the back. That's what you guys pick up. Besides that, everybody's supposed to be here. Without further ado, is there anything else you guys would like to address or do or look at or have me blow up before we keep going here?
Quick question. Do I have anything on me besides all time?
You actually have all your gear.
Okay.
Nice.
You have been given privileges over from Lysandra Nightshade. The only reason she would take those is if you tested boundaries with her.
Right.
So if you didn't test boundaries, you're fine.
Okay.
If you did, let me know.
I most certainly did not.
All right. So, up at the front of the room, standing there somewhat impatiently, there is a bright blue djinn with these extremely bright white eyes, wearing opalescent clothes of purple, blues, blacks, cyans, has a huge blue sapphire. Across from them, also standing, is a red Ifrit genie. He's wearing way less clothes, but he's covered in gold jewelry, and actually has 3 eyes, one in the middle of their forehead. Sitting down on a chair, kind of towards the back, there is what appears to be maybe a human or a half-elf or maybe like a fire ganassi. It's hard to tell by looks. It's an older, skinnier man wearing very ornate robes. His eyes burning like fire. I think Two Hands said like those Sith eyes last time or something. And he has very kind of weathered orange skin. Unnaturally orange, like you might find in modern day with people painting themselves with spray tan stuff. And standing behind the thrones, not saying a word, being ominous, is this fella wearing this ridiculously intimidating ebony and crimson armor, spiked helm, just being imposing. So, once everybody settles down, the blue djinn pipes up. Ladies and gentlemen, honored contestants and esteemed sponsored, welcome to the Crownstone Coliseum. I am Munjamanam Alfaris. You can call me Alfaris or Al. And beside me is the indomitable Ignar Flameheart, the Ember Herald. And he just starts clapping to himself. Very upbeat demeanor, just like, yeah, we're doing this. It's going to be great. And
Miki's going to clap as well. So
Yeah,
thinking that that's what people are about to do.
Tap on the table, clunk, 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 clunk.
Yeah, there's some mild clapping, some grumbles, from some of the folks in chains. Like, great. And Ignar pops up. I'm Ignar. Greetings, valiant participants. Prepare yourselves for a spectacle unlike any other realm. The Crownstone Coliseum is ready to witness your daring feats and glorious battles. And they kind of flutter all 3 eyes at everybody. Playfully. Al pops up again. Now, before we dive into the heart of this monumental tournament, let's assure everyone is on the same magical page. Ignar, would you be kindly enough to illuminate our contestants with the rules? Ignar pipes up. Certainly, Al. Contestants, listen closely. Rule number 1. Well, perk number 1. Each of you will receive lodging befitting your sponsor's contribution. So for some of you, luxury awaits. And for others, it's off to the dungeons and warrens. Al pops up. Yes, lodging would make even the most pampered genie feel at home. And remember, your sponsor receives all winnings in the pot. So hopefully you've chosen your sponsors wisely. And he looks around. It's a joke. Nobody laughed at it. It's not a funny joke at all. Anyways.
Lean over to us, Arshan. If he keeps piping up, I'm going to throw something at him.
No, you're absolutely not.
Can I do a really loud laugh?
Yes. You roll a performance, actually, for your super loud laugh. Because, like,
No.
Al is giving this... Ignar is giving this look like... Really? 9? So, like, you're heard.
9.
Yeah, they hear you, but it doesn't, like, nobody, not the whole room turns to you or anything like that. But you pierce through a little bit on the stand-up tape, Ignar gives him this condescension look. And then he spikes up. A word of advice. The pot keeps growing until the moment it's rewarded. So, give it your all and claim that brand prize. And if you can get any other sponsors to get in a betting war or some giving contest, all the better. And right here, Rufus stands on this table.
Oh boy.
Stands on his bench. Right in the middle of this.
He's reaching for something.
Excuse me. I would like to give some feedback while everyone's listening. I had been standing here for quite a while, asking for water. It had been 20 minutes, and it wasn't until that man, and he points over to Giggle Scale, the Yanti, over on the
I'm
bench.
just going to stand up and wave, like, hi.
Wasn't until that man gave me some of his own private water skin before I got service.
He's looking.
Can we
He'll be
get
right in
some
the
water
face.
when we ask for it, and maybe a bit more respect?
This is incredible.
And Alfaris, the same, just smile, relaxed, responds. Oh, shoot, I scrolled down. Where did it go? No! There it is. Ah, Rufus, the ever-entertaining voice of the crowd. You see, contestants, we value showmanship above all. Rufus, would you agree? And he's trying to, like, spin this into a positive thing, obviously. Rufus not having it. Showmanship? I don't know about that. But I do know I was thirsty. And this robe is itchy. This is an itchy robe.
Can I chime up?
What's up? Yeah, you guys can do whatever you want. It's just going to bring
I'm just gonna-
attention your way.
I'm just going to
Oh.
chime up. Rufus, you are making quite the show. You showman, can you please have a seat so the good man can speak?
He gives you the wave, the little tisk tisk wave. I am an actor. I know when to speak. There's
Can
a
I
few.
attempt?
Go ahead.
Can I
What's up
attempt? Can I attempt to shove on this guy?
with your invisible mage hand thing?
Yes.
You can certainly try. What's the
That's awesome.
athletics?
It's a strength saving throw. It's gonna be DC 16.
Well, he got an 11. So Rufus gets shoved in which direction? He's standing on like the edge here of this table.
Yeah, I'm just trying to push him off of the table. Like
Okay.
I'm not trying to violently like throw him on his back.
So
but
That
just
one
like-
lands on his head.
unexpectedly, Rufus falls off here. He does catch himself though, and lands decently with his dex save, but he could not succeed the strength of one mage hand. He's like, "Oh, who did that?" With that distraction, and many groans, Ignar takes the floor again. Fear not, Rufus. In the arena, thirst is quenched with the thrill of battle. And discomfort is the price of admission to the greatest spectacle in Desolera. Al pops back up. Now back to the rules. Just so expectations are clear for everyone, you will be participating in 2 rounds on the first day, if you survive the first. In addition to that, you will only get 1 short brief for a rest between rounds. It could be as short as 1 hour. Perhaps longer, depending on the order of things. Survive that first round, you get to rest. For 5 the second round, you make it into the championship day. Remember, the goal, survive the rounds, defeat your foes, or emerge as the crowd's favorite. And Ignar pipes up again. They're doing this back and forth thing. And if you're fortunate enough to reach championship day... I lost my spot again, sorry. Basically, he says, if you're fortunate enough to reach championship day, good for you.
Good for you.
Rufus cuts him off.
Oh,
Champion, you say? Can I get a better seat if I become a champion? I can hardly see anything down here, and I don't even think my voice is reaching the balconies.
I can hold person on him.
You can.
yeah!
You can, actually.
So the whiskers like give you this look and you
A
take care
wisdom
of it.
saving throw.
He rolled a 13.
That ain't it.
So Rufus both fingers up somehow. Just stops. What are the details on hold? He can't do like anything, right?
It's just the paralyzed condition. I don't know if that actually stops him from speaking, but it made me feel
does,
better.
from what I
Oh,
recall.
great.
Yeah. And if it doesn't, it does. So
Can I go up and like put some food in his mouth while he's like held?
It's up to you. It will be a bit of a commotion. Do you want that much attention is my only question.
Ooh.
Nobody's
No.
getting up besides Rufus. He's the only one who stood.
I'll pass.
Okay.
I'm just going to watch this.
All
As
right.
soon as he starts speaking, I would like to telepathically pass in his mind. For the love of God, shut up.
Beautiful. There's all a sigh of relief as Rufus seems to be frozen in place. Everyone looks around, looking at him. Okay. Whew. Ignar pipes up. Now, contestants, remember, while you're in this arena, your flesh is forfeit, so give it your all. And just so you know, your belongings, should you not return, become the spoils for your sponsors. Please let them know if there's anyone or anything you'd like to be sent to your kin. And he gives a kind of curt little smile. Another thing. Alfaris pops up. Another thing. Never forget, we do have a magical force bubble around the arena, safeguarding the sanctity of it. Though we might not mention exactly how that works. He's frozen. Look at all these interruptions you guys have circumvented. My joke's not going to land now, but that's fine. There we go.
You got the old Rufus treatment.
Oops. Yep. Alfaris pipes up again. Remember, showmanship is valued in this arena above all. So please do put on a good show. And whether or not you make it to the end, you will learn yourself a permanent place here in the Crownstone Coliseum.
Oh boy!
Let's see. And the four of them actually murmur with each other at the front for just a moment. Like the old man is whispered over to Alfaris, and he's like, yes, okay, yeah. And Alfaris looks over at Ignar and kind of gives him this gesture, like he's got to say more. I apologize, Sargas, Vizier Sargast. It reminded me of a few of the rules I was about to skip again. I apologize. We'll do this more boring. I apologize, Ignar. He gives you this, just yeah, it happens. So, some other things I forgot to mention, but apparently have to. While you are contestants in this championship, you'll have access to the finest meals. All of them. Anything you wish to eat, you can. Just let them know what you'd like, and you can eat as much as you'd like. Although you cannot take food out of the arena, you can eat your fill while you're here. It's actually covered by Desolera, not your sponsor. Let's see. I am sure I don't need to remind any of you, if you leave the designated area of the city for tournament festivities, you forfeit your position, and you will not be allowed back into the arena areas until after the tournament. And if that does happen, your sponsor's contributions will be forfeit to the other teams. The only way to formally withdraw from this contest is if your sponsor decides to do so on your behalf. And if they do, they also will not receive any of the contributions they gave to the pot. The objective, of course, is to survive each round. You can either defeat the other team, remove all threats, or survive the 30 minutes for the first day. And if you did so happen to die, but you earned crowd favorite, you will be resurrected at the end of the day. The championship rounds last a bit longer. They actually go until the fight is done. It's very rare that a championship match will last more than a day. It has happened, believe it or not. Another thing about the championship, and he gestures up to the balcony. On championship day, we open up the contest to any returning champions who wish to test their might against another team. You see, once you become a champion in this arena, you can step directly into the championship rounds of any future tournaments. And he kind of just points at each of them. I'm going to give you a quick flash of pictures, but I'm not going to tell any names or details. There's a Viking woman with a red X on her face.
Yeah.
Ooh.
There's a super buff fire ganassi with flaming hair.
Mommy.
Whoa.
There is a jacked dragonborn with no armor. There's blood on him. Like, he didn't wash up before he came here. There's still blood on his axe. There is a similar dragonborn, but red, and has a huge golden axe and a bit more armor. There is a massive cyclops woman.
Wow.
A seemingly related to those other buff folks across the table from you, though she's not really wearing any clothes besides the minimum necessary. She has a chain wrapped around her waist and kind of dangling at the side, and a broken massive cleaver. Yeah, I know whose art that is. We also have this boy, who's
God damn.
letting it hang out there as much as possible. He's got studded leather everywhere that's not on the core of his body. He's got his shoulders, he's got his forearms, he's got his outer thighs and his outer shins, and just a little bit of cloth dangling in the front middle. That is it. No shirt, no pants, no undies. Anybody who watches for any more than a moment will get to see anything they want. And last but not least, is this super jacked, veiny dude with glowing red eyes who just looks like he doesn't want to be here, but he is. So with that sweep of a gesture across the balcony, all of the scrutinizing former champions are looking down and kind of trying to judge what's actually fun to fight in this pit that you all are seemingly in from their perspective. All right. Ignar pipes up, explaining a bit more about how this crowd favorite system works. The reason why a guy dressed in like a lot of robes and kind of wrapped up, you can barely see his eyes. He's totally wrapped up. Asked him like, how does this crowd favorite thing work? It's essentially the team the crowd loves the most. They will be guaranteed to at least move on to the championship rounds, regardless of if they fall before reaching them. Even if they fall, if they continue to be the crowd favorite for that championship day, they would at least be resurrected at the end and remembered by the crowd, even though they would not win any of the prizes. We should let you know, sometimes the crowd favorite ends up being a monster from the opening rounds, not the actual teams. Last year,
I like that dog.
Last year, our crowd favorite earned their place as champion, and they are returning, and I hear that they might be trying to enter and win again, to the crowd's delight. Let's give it up for Bloodthorn Shield Maiden. And he does a little like, ho, clap. And gestures up to the lady with the red X on her face.
Oh dear.
All right.
We're here to save you, Bash.
And they're kind of like going back and forth a little bit, Alfaris and Strefagask. And finally, Strefagask just kind of stands up. He's done talking to Al. I want to remind all of you of the most important rule, which they always forget. So, there is a zero tolerance for portals or other gateways leading outside the arena once you are in it. If you are in there doing a round, your spell will be dispelled immediately and you will likely be killed. Is this clear? If anyone has a question, you best ask me now. And he's looking at everyone about that. Unless one of you pipe
Vicky's
up.
actually going to raise his hand.
You, Drow.
Does that count for dimensional doors within sight of the arena for teleportation and quick movement across the field?
No. That is perfectly fine. Again, it is only off limits to create a portal leading to outside the arena.
Oh, I didn't hear that. Okay, thank you.
We wouldn't want anybody escaping who shouldn't. And he's just frustrated at these two genies. Lastly, and I think we can wrap this up. While you're a contestant, I missed it there. Oh, during a match, there are multiple ways you can win. You can yield at any time, but it is up to your opponent to choose to spare you. An opponent may be the crowd itself. Sometimes someone who has yielded has been spared, but then the person who spared them can change their mind at any time, often to the crowd's delight. Now I think it's time that we open the floor for questions. And he just kind of grimaces and sits down. I'm assuming Rufus is still held. I can't remember how long. Is it 1 minute?
It's only a minute, yeah.
Yep.
Minute.
So there'd be like a gasp. Let me go find Rufus's crap here.
Oh, Rufus.
I'm going to stand up and look at Rufus and say, I suggest you sit down and be quiet, and cast suggestion.
Go
Yes!
What's the DC on this one?
It is 17.
Yeah, he got a 9.
Oh, shoot.
So
That's a lot.
he like gives you this weird confused look and like sits down and scoots himself in and just like keeps looking back over at you like
Part of me was expecting him to see that as an attack on his character.
he did, and he failed to save. So,
Oh! They can't do anything dangerous. He's like,
Thank you, Fuzzy Whisker.
Oh, of course.
the first rounds will be tomorrow at 8 a.m. in the morning. Before this, we will have some exhibition matches, just to warm up the crowd and get some blood on the arena before you all get in there. Sorry, this is Alpha Reese speaking up again. And I think it's time to do the drawing. Before we do it, any more questions? Nope. All right, you guys, everything was clear that I explained how the arena works?
yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So
The only thing that I'm curious as a player is the food piece.
Basically-
Define within the arena, that
So-
area.
So, like, the building, the whole building.
Oh, where that also includes where we're staying is in the building as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
Cool, then I'm good.
Yep.
That's
The
the
whole
thing,
building, huge, massive coliseum. You just gotta let the right person know, and they will bring you food while you're a contestant of any kind that they have, and they have a lot.
Nice.
Ooh.
I
Okay.
want to eat.
We're gonna eat lots of shark,
You can
guys.
stand in the middle of the
Yeah.
arena.
So,
Ooh,
Yo.
what's that?
So, they gesture to this tapestry that's been hanging in the back, and you hear some of the sponsors like kind of wake up. They haven't been paying attention. Ugh, finally. Now it's time for the drawing. Each team sponsor or representative will come up and draw a lot. That will determine which number your team is in the tournament. There are magical things set in place, so please don't even try to cheat. We will find out. Now, my question for you guys, do you have any interest in me quickly describing each one of these 16, the team name, the team sponsor, and the number? Or do you guys not care?
I'm okay
I'd
with
say
that.
that's
Dick, you
Give it.
first.
I'm cool with that.
Two hands? What were you saying?
I think the names are good. Just
Names.
names. And
Just
the
names?
sponsors.
Name, sponsor. Anyone else?
I've been
Any
different.
votes?
I just
Okay.
want names. I don't care about the sponsor.
If you could just also throw in there if the team looks like
wait.
slaves or if they look like freed people.
Actually, I guess the sponsor would be important, just in case I want to buy things off of people.
Just give us the information. Chuck, what do you think?
Yeah, I would like the information, please.
All right.
Lay it on us.
All right. The first team to walk up is the one sitting across from me at the table. First team, the Ironclad Reavers. Please, Lord Valerian Shadow Scourge, please step up. And now I gotta freaking find him, because I moved them all around. Oh yes, it's this beautiful man with no face. So this Reaver-looking dude with a fleshy staff, no face, and a bone plate strapped to the front of his face, limps his way up and draws their number. And they get 9. And they put them on the little thing on that tapestry, and they get wrote down as 9. Next up, the Shadow Serpents. Lord Malachi Shadowthorn, please. And I had these in order. It's the sketchy tiefling in the corner with the dark skin, the black clothes, and the crimson robe. He comes up and draws number 16. Next up, the Blaze Wardens. Archmaid Sheriff Scaleweaver, please. And Archmaid Sheriff, this green-skinned lizard folk with kind of a cobra hood, slowly walks up. Don't look at his feet, it's AI. And has a wonky infinity stick. Number 12 for the Blaze Wardens. And he gives like a respectful nod to the folks up front. Next up, the Stormcall Savants. Rufus, finally. And
The what?
the Stormcall Savants.
Oh my.
And the most excited of sponsors gets out of his chair. This little wiry old dude. Viscount Victor, before his name's even, he's just like scurries over to get his number. And he goes, 16! And he points over at the Shadow Serpent, the Lord Malachi Shadowthorn. You and me! He scurries back over to his seat.
What number did he pull?
15.
16.
Or he got 15. Lord Malachi Shadowthorn got the
Yeah.
the tiefling. So it's old man versus tiefling.
Okay.
You know, actually, I could do this. I'll put them all next to each other. I'm not going to do that. That's too much work. Anyways, let's keep going. Next up, the Stoneheart clan. Chief Theric Skullcrusher. And getting up from his massive chair, this huge orc in huge plate, with a big old broken ram skull, just takes a couple steps over and like reaches into the bowl and draws. And they speak up, 8. The Stoneheart clan is 8. Thank you, Chief Theric Skullcrusher. And he just mutters something in Orcish. Just sounds all echoey through his skull tube and all the armor around his head. And he goes and sits down. All right. Next up, the Ember Claw Marauders. Baron Kreezar, Bloodscale. And where are you? Ah, yes. This boy. The big old Dragonborn boy. And he's actually sitting next to a group of Dragonborn warriors and sorcerers. Some in chains, some in not in chains. He goes up, 14. And he goes and walks back over to where he was. Next team. Ah, yes, the confused one, the one that's in the stables. Gorgon's Gaze. Jasper Blackthorn, please. Jasper walks up. This sketchy, shady-looking dude with a 2-foot wide handlebar mustache and tarot cards at the ready, dressed in opulent clothes. He raises his number, 11. You only have 1 member on your team. And he gives a nod. Okay.
Yay.
All right, halfway there. Frostbite Revenants. Ashartha Cinderbane, would you? And this Ifrit, kind of glowing with red runic tattoos, and this purpley, evil, smoky cloud just hovers us all the way over there. Just,
Dude.
grabs
He's
his
killed
number,
people.
holds it up, and he like makes a big 6 with sparkles and flames and everything just to show off. Just
Oh my
6. And he wisps
the
back
beast.
over. Next up, Swiftwind Nomads. Countess Marina Voidshade, please. This is Tumble Whisker. That's what we're calling you, right? Or Fuzzy Whisker. I can't keep them straight right now.
Fuzzy Whisker.
Fuzzy Whisker. This is the drow you were accidentally messaging.
It's the person who can actually grow a beard versus the person who
And-
But I don't know. That's the thing.
They kind of lazily gesture for one of their servants to go get it for them. They don't bother getting out of their chair. And they just take another drag off of their hookah. Clearly a one-person hookah. The Swiftwind Nomads, number 2. We'll be seeing you first thing in the morning. And they just kind of... Great. Awesome. Arcane Alchemists, Aurelian Shadow Song. Oh, back again, are you? Where are you? There we go. This sponsor is pretty interestingly dressed. The only one you can't see their face at all, as they're covered with a porcelain mask, wearing a lot of gold and green accents, dressed very finely. They walk as though they're a warrior, and they have, I think, what kind of bird is that? A magpie? I can't remember.
I hope they didn't bring a
It's a
magpie
warbler.
in here.
Well, I'm turning it into a magpie. It's not a warbler
Yeah.
anymore. Now it's a magpie because Alu hoped it wouldn't happen. So you
This is
better
the
not go
power
near
I
the
hold.
nest. Number 10 for the Arcane Alchemists. Number 10. Next up, the Storm Shroud Corsairs. Oh, King Inkbeard. Glad to see you're entering this year. It's been a long time. Big old squid boy has one of his ladies go... Actually, 2 of his ladies go over there like they're like going to show off before a boxing match.
Yeah.
And they go and in tandem dive in and pull out a number together and hold it up. Number 4, second round tomorrow. And he just kind of like makes a squelchy like sound.
Incredible.
Next up, the Celestial Phalanx. Interesting word. Duke Verrig Stoneclaw. Where are you, Duke Verrig Stoneclaw? Oh, in the back. Yes, in the back. And there's what seems to be either a devil or a demon or a minotaur. Either way, it's a massive looking dude with a goat's
so the
head.
name is ironic.
Yeah. Massive looking dude with a goat head and big horns, being tended to by very intuit servants, all of whom have masks of iron on their faces. Iron and bronze. Number 1. You will be first in the first match. Almost there, folks. Magmaformed Legion, Sir Emberheart. Sorry, that's right. No titles for you. Emberheart. Just Emberheart. And
What was that team called?
The Magmaforged Legion.
Magma Forged.
Okay.
Oh, we had to make a special area this year for you. And he just gives a nod and reaches in and holds it up. Number 5 for Magmaforged Legion for Emberheart. Next up, Cursed Revenants. 2 Revenant teams, really? Cursed Revenants. And Archmage, another Archmage. I see. Okay. Archmage Octavius Dark Whisperer. Where the heck did he go? There he is. It's this old dude.
Whoa.
So hobbling over is this old man, like literally bent at a 90-degree angle at the hip, putting a bunch of his weight on his little cane. He's wearing like raised platform sandals, and he has a huge censer on his back. I think that's what they're called, censer.
Yeah.
And visibly wisping from it are these extremely long, smoky mage hands. And he hobbles his way to where he's within 10 feet, and he has one of his little
Take
smoky
7.
hands goes in
Take
and
7.
pulls it out. 13. All right, the Thorned Envoys. Baron Gartok the Voracious. There's a huge burp from the back corner of the room. And big old gator boy with just he's. Let me explain to this guy. So he's a massive humanoid with a gator's face, but also two huge tusks on either side of his jaw. He has 4 arms, 2 up on the top, very large and massive, 2 smaller ones underneath. One of those smaller ones holding a huge pipe, which is glowing with this kind of necrotic, abyssal green magical hue, the same color that's exuding from his mouth. He just has one.
Team name?
His team, where are we at? The Thorned Envoys.
Oh, well.
And he sends up an elf, a wood elf, to go and get the number for him. Number 3 for the Thorned Envoys. And he just goes "Rrr" in the back. And what's the last one? The Half-Breed Chainbreakers. Up to you, Lysandra Nightshade. Lysandra, some of your masters, some of your sponsors, slithers her way up to the front from the far back. Number 7 for Lysandra Nightshade. Thank you, everyone. Remember, the tournament starts at 10. Know when your match begins. There will be an hour between rounds. Good luck. Remember, showmanship above all. And some people start just scooting around and leaving. Some people are kind of murmuring and chatting. How do you guys want to handle this? You can hang out, or you guys can get the heck out right now.
First question, can you show us who the sponsor is for number 8, who we'd be facing?
That's the
Yeah.
orc guy drinking from the skull, I believe.
Oh, great. And what was their team name?
That was the Storm.
Stoneheart.
Yeah.
You're fighting
Yeah,
the dwarves.
Stoneheart clan.
I
Yes.
have our schedule.
Yes.
We're fighting the dwarfs.
You're fighting
What
the
was-
dwarves.
One more time. What was the very first team?
Yeah.
Celestial Phalanx by Duke of Varric Stoneclaw.
Let me see. if
No,
I
the
can-
first one that was drawn.
Oh.
Ironclad Reavers,
you're
Lord
Ironclad
Valerian
Reavers.
Shadow Scourge, I believe.
Thank you.
So that-
Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you there, Miller.
But we said the same thing.
You're
Hey,
good.
I didn't catch their number.
I'm gonna
Did you?
put it all on this handout for you.
Oh. Oh, great.
Oh, great.
They
Well,
were
this
number
was
9.
Right,
Yeah,
so all that work
these
we all just
notes.
did.
You know, it's good to take notes. It'll help you remember anyways, so I'm not too worried about
Hell yeah.
Purple tunnel for nothing.
it. Just quits, like, I hate this.
Man.
Alrighty. Alright, so on the handout now, it should have... Why isn't it letting me show to players? Do it! There we go. It should have team name and number. So I sorted it by who drew stuff. I was going to have a mix-up and a bait and switch, but I figured it was a waste of time given how things went. So, yes, you are fighting the Stoneheart Cloud
Nice.
tomorrow.
Okay.
You guys will be, let's see, so 1, 2, 3, your 4th match of the day.
Nice.
Cool.
Before they are able to leave, I want to shake their hands and wish them a good fight.
The dwarves?
Oh,
Yeah,
I wanna follow you in that actually, if you don't
Dude,
mind.
let's all go.
absolutely. Like,
Starshine.
it's gonna be so
what do you
civil.
think?
Like, just excited, beaming.
How does
Diari, you
Starshine and Diari feel about going and shaking up chained, unarmed dwarves' hands and wishing them luck?
Diari is just dutiful. He will just,
He's there.
as you wish. And he just stands, eyes still on the ground. He'll poof Aldine back into the pocket dimension, and he's just kind of following.
Alrighty. And
Suppose it's
Starshine.
the,
Occasionally, his eyes will flick towards Lysandra.
Help.
But
One more time, Starshine.
I suppose it's good sportsmanship. Let's just try not to cause a scene, if at all possible.
What do you mean by seed?
I mean, I've been traveling with you for only a few months at this point, and we have a habit of being the center of attention.
Isn't that a good thing here?
Maybe, maybe not. Let's take advantage of.
Just handshakes and a drink or two.
Yes.
Maybe a shared meal. Swap stories.
The-
Maybe invite him later if we're feeling good.
Tumble.
Double whiskers. Scoots out.
Wait. I'm gonna like grab you if I try to grab you. Let's not be the first ones to get up. just sit on your hands. I'm just gonna shove some food in your mouth. Yummy.
Okay.
Can we wait for like a couple of the people to start getting up and mingling or filing out?
Yeah. Some of the other teams, the ones that aren't chained up, kind of, some of them to shuffle out. The dudes who are like totally bound up left. Some of the Dragonborn left. There's a lot of people kind of filing out. Other people are like getting to their meal, or like, a lot of whispered hunch talking, like, oh, this blah, blah, blah. And definitely the champions up top still scrutinizing everybody.
Nice.
But yeah, you give it a few moments, and a lot of the folks have milled about. Chief Tharak, Skullcrusher, still enjoying his drink and just sitting there in the corner staring at everyone who's a contestant, one at a time. So, you guys want to go and meet his squad. What's your move?
Yeah.
What you do? How's you doing it?
Well, first of all, you know the sound of peeling taffy off of linoleum?
Mm-hmm.
You told me to sit on my hands, Giggle Scale, so that's that. Peel them off the seat. That'll hop on up and happily just trudge on over. Are they chilling with their sponsor? Do they have like are they shunned in the corner of the room? Like, what's this plan set up?
So I'll move some folks around so it's a little more clear.
Sure.
Basically, this whole table, this side of the table here, with their backs to you, are those dwarves that are chained up.
Okay.
So that's what they're doing. They're all sitting there. They're eating like gruel.
Oh man, I'd bring a plate and a couple drinks.
Yeah, try it.
I would certainly try it.
So you walk over there with your plate and a couple drinks, right?
Yeah.
We're backing you up, right?
You guys can all move.
You're backing me up, right?
You guys can
Yeah.
all move to wherever you want to be for this. Just imagine a row of dwarves at this table.
Perfect.
I'm
There's the
gonna
gap.
look at their sponsor and just to see like if they're looking or if they look like they gripping the weapon any tighter. Or...
Roll an insight.
Yeah, I'm looking that way. We might not want to feed these guys,
Watch me.
but I'm not gonna tell Rune how to rune.
Bulgaria's gonna like hide behind the pillar.
14.
He's definitely guarding his dwarves. You get that vibe. Like those are his. That's the vibe for sure.
Okay.
Rune, just be careful. I mean, Tumblewhisker.
Always
Are you though?
yeah, nah. Nope. Who at this table, I'd probably just go to the first person who looks at me. The first dwarf who makes physical eye contact with me. It's sealed. I'm going up next to him, plopping a drink, food's down.
All right, roll me performance, Tumblewhisker.
Absolutely. I'm known for how well these go. A 12. That's also like the best performance.
All right, it's the fourth dwarf.
Nice. 4.
The fourth dwarf. Give me a second here.
Stoneheart Clan. Sure, I'd be liking the name. It's figured we could be sharing some food and some drink. Seems as how we're to be, well, testing our might together.
Let me copy what this dude would look like. Give me a sec. Boop. There we go. So, got this blonde-haired, like, shook, little emaciated dwarf guy. And he, like, without turning his body, just, cranks his neck around to address you.
Okay.
And your clan?
Oh, been a long time since I've seen me clan, but I'm gonna think the name of my clan. Is it far enough like away that I wouldn't get gassed by saying something that never came up?
You can't tell him what your real name is, but you can't tell him that it was the Bear King, Old Honeypaws. But
All right, I can work with this. Silver Ale Clan.
Silver Ale
And
Clan.
Root's head explodes.
Oh,
And-
yeah. No.
And what's your name?
Ooh.
You have to say your fake name.
Huh?
You have to say your fake name if you want to say a name. Or you can take the damage. Each time.
You know, that's really funny. Let me roll wisdom here, just briefly.
I might kill
Oh,
you if
God.
you do this.
Yeah, it's really close. Like like bites tongue. Tumble Whisker Stonebeard, at your service.
I'm sorry to have to kill you tomorrow.
I expect a good fight. Don't hold anything back. Do us both proud, eh?
He gives you
What's
this
your name?
haunted, just
Yeah.
haunted look. Roll me a persuasion.
Oh. Can do. Persuasion is going to be a 3.
Just he shakes his head at you. You can call me Dwarf 3.
You're the 4th one.
You can call me Dwarf 3.
No.
Alright, Tumble Whisker's just going to burn their features into my face. If I beat you tomorrow, do I get to learn your name then? Think on it. Pat on the back.
He's like, oh no.
Yeah.
If I'll beat you, I'll tell you.
Oh. Now that's fighting dirty. Let's see how it goes. I wish
Does
you luck
this-
tomorrow. All of your boys.
Is anyone else interacting with these dwarves or kind of just all hovering
I was-
around?
Well, as this
I
is
kinda wanna
going
size them
on,
up.
Mhm.
I
Go
want
ahead,
to
Dick.
see. Oh, sorry.
I
First
go ahead.
group.
I just want to get like a general sense. Do any of them seem like they have a magical sense about them? Like they're a type of caster, or
Ooh.
Let's see. What are you looking for exactly? Like,
I'm looking at like hands and seeing, like trying to see and get a gaze of like maybe if they have more calloused hands, I can assume they're probably some kind of melee fighter, or if they have smoother hands, I would assume maybe some kind of caster.
I know this is probably isn't your best stat, but I want you to roll me a hybrid Arcana investigation real quick.
Nice.
Okie doke.
It's a little hard to tell.
Arcana
They're
is
all...
a 17.
Mhm.
Nice.
Investigation is a 19.
So there's one among them that you can probably guess as a caster. It's a lady, actually. Let me go grab what they look like. Ein Moment.
Good stuff.
She seems like
He'll be the first.
the most somber of them all.
Same.
Definitely the most somber.
Oh no.
Oh, come here.
Just kidding. There be their cleric.
I think death might be a mercy for these dwarves.
And yeah, this lady. She does have big red hair. She's not wearing these awesome opulent robes. But there is a like recently shaved face. She has huge dreads that dangle on either side. A little heavy set, a little hardy, not as ripped as these other dwarves are. But yeah, her hands are a little more smooth, a little less callous, but they're still dwarven hands. They are worked hands. And was there something particular just trying to spot them?
Trying to spot him.
And Miller, you were saying something.
Oh, as they already walk up here, and he's just kind of following the group, and he sees Tumble Whisker go and start speaking to the dwarves.
Mhm.
When he lays the water down, he'll turn towards like the closest person to him, which is going to be Fuzzy Whisker, and just kind of ask, Master Fuzzy Whisker, it seems that Master Stonebeard wishes to feed and give drink to the dwarf. Shall I fetch drink?
First off, don't call me master. I'm no one's master. But
Yes,
my own. You no. You know what? You can call me Fuzzy Whisker. Maybe the Fuzzball. You know, like the fuzziest of fuzzy whiskers. But no. I can understand that you are probably a servant under the reign of Miss Snake Lady, but you're currently with us, and I want you to be the best you can. So if you could just relax and just be you. You don't have to help us with anything. We're all capable of taking care of ourselves. You are here as our guest.
Yes, Lord, but the drink was for the dwarves.
Well, you don't have to get it. There are other servants around.
There are other servants around, he says.
Yes,
No,
Lord.
that's Rufus.
I have been assigned to be your servants.
Yeah, but I want to be your friend. You're fighting with us. I don't want someone to be in service to me. What if I needed my shoe signed while we were fighting? I'd call someone else, not you. You're gonna be fighting.
But 'tis my job, Lord.
Well, not anymore. Your job now is to be our friend, so just be our friend, okay?
As you command, Master.
No, that's not... God! I'm gonna look up at the sky and say, I'm really trying, Daron. I'm really trying.
Rook's just dying in the background.
Bumbleberry tugs on Starshine's robes a little bit just to get your attention.
Yes.
What do you make of all of this? She's just like, what the hell is happening?
I find this display of opulence gauche, and the entire idea of a battle to the death for entertainment to be barbaric, but no one consulted me when they set this whole thing up, and we are here for a reason. So I suppose we are at the mercy of fate for the time being, Bumbleberry.
She's just kind of nodding, again, eyes wide open, looking up at you like, I'm a little worried. Some of these folk look quite dangerous. We're to kill them?
They all look very dangerous. Have you taken a good look at those mountains that we were sitting across from? We are almost certainly not all going to make it out of it. I'm sorry, this is not reassuring. I am concerned, Bumbleberry, but I have faith in you and the rest of our comrades.
Well, they're not all scary. And she looks at the emaciated dwarves and then over at the caster table where Rufus was sitting.
I will grant you that Rufus does not strike much of an imposing figure, but I'm concerned about these dwarves. They don't look like they have much to live for, and that makes them dangerous.
It does. It does. But the good news is, it sounds like I can eat as much shark meat as I want. What are you going to eat tonight?
Tonight, probably nothing, but I am fully intent on having a obscenely large breakfast.
I was listening, and I think that we can watch the fights tomorrow if we want, but I don't know if I want to.
Well, if you decide that you do, I will accompany you.
Thank you. She just seems uncomfortable. This is the most uncomfortable you've seen her yet, honestly. Probably even more uncomfortable than... Actually, not quite as uncomfortable as when you guys called her out outside the gates, but getting close to that. Just the opulence, the death, the lack of value of life seems to just be bugging her quite a bit. Well, thank you. I want to get out of here.
Yes, I would also very much like to get out of the public forum here, but our friends are trying to make friends.
And back to Tumble Whisker, Giggle Skill, and Fuzzy Whisker, and Deari. What are you guys doing to these four dwarves at the table? Anything else?
This is Rune's moment. I'm just here for moral support.
TW,
No.
anything else?
I think I exchanged all of the words that I need to. I'm gonna go find a flask of Gutbuster.
Alrighty. So you guys heading out of here then?
Yeah, and if they
Yep.
don't have Gutbuster, I'm gonna get in a fist fight.
So
Oh, yeah, I think we're pulling out.
awesome. Last chance / last call. I will say you guys can address anyone that you can see a picture of in this room. It's totally your
Shaska,
call.
or not Shaska, Giggle Scale. Can I'm just gonna go take a walk and maybe go look around the kitchen for something good to eat. I'll meet you back in the room in 30 minutes.
You
I
know,
want to go to the kitchen too.
it would be good to look for some shark meat, don't you think?
Yeah,
And-
me and Omno can go. I mean, does anyone else want to come to the kitchen?
I would
I don't-
like to feed Old Dime if that would be alright.
Do you all want to go to the kitchen? You should all go to the kitchen.
We should, yeah. As long as it doesn't draw too much attention to ourselves.
So, let's just say this. Correct me if you guys want to shift this at all. You eventually come back together, kind of like chat a little bit by this pillar, right? A little sad because those dwarves weren't happy and friendly. They're just like, yeah, we're gonna kill you. Ugh.
Yeah.
You guys are like, yeah, we should go get some grub. As you guys head towards the back door, Lysandra sort of intercepts and joins you on the trip to the kitchen.
Sweet.
Not for the whole trip, but she essentially just kind of like, she wants to chat with you a little bit on your walk, and then you'll be there.
Nice.
Does that sound good to everybody? Anybody want to do anything else besides that?
Nope, that sounds great.
Awesome.
I guess on the way out, Deari would find like just a cup of something that somebody left behind as they left.
Mhm.
Pick it up, and as we pass on the way out, put it down near Rufus, and say, "Apologies for pushing you off the table earlier, but you spoke out of turn." And just continue walking.
Nice.
Thank you. He gives you just the snarkiest little thanks. Just thank you.
I mean, technically, he's still under the spell suggestion where he is to be quiet.
Sir,
He mouths it.
Yeah.
there you go. That's even sassier somehow.
He just gives the snarky face.
Yep. We're actually going to take our break because I need to get some more tea and stuff, but we will resume in the kitchen. I'll move you guys around and stuff. Essentially, she's going to chat with you a little bit on the walk down here and then let you free. Sound good?
Perfect.
Look at that meat rune.
I did. That was the first thing I saw.
All right, we're going to be on break. We'll be back in 10 or 15 and see everybody soon.
Sounds good.
Awesome. Thank you. Two hands with his style hair. Look at him. Look at him.
What's up?
Just talking shit. You got all your style hairs. Like, whoa. It's all flippy. Yep.
It's getting pretty flippy.
It's so flippy. Oh, man. Oh.
I've realized that you guys don't have to worry about me missing a session. You might have to worry more about me dying during one. I'm on coffee number 4 and 5 right here.
How is everybody doing? Obviously, I was a little tuckered.
I'm
Everybody
doing good.
alright?
Oh, I'm not tired. I'm just fucking freezing.
Oh, you're frozen. Got it. That's true. Elements will kill you quicker than thirst.
Oh, didn't you mention you're getting a little bit of snow?
Not snow, but like a polar blast. I live in an area that's like 80 degrees all the time, and it's like 20 right now. So,
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, we've got around 15 up here, too. We had a little snow a couple days ago. Anybody with
I'm
any
in the middle of a
elevation?
blizzard right now,
Ooh.
and I'm
What's
still going out. It's a party.
Let's go.
What were you saying, Two Hands?
I remember.
About snow.
3-day weekend because of the holiday, so I'm excited about that.
Mm.
Hell yeah.
same.
Mhm.
Actually, we may have a couple more days off because I think with that little freeze and everything. God damn it! Keep hitting the little leaf on my chair. I think with that freeze and everything, and it's supposed to rain tomorrow, so the roads will be iced over. I'm pretty sure they're gonna close everything down. So,
Cool.
My dog's like invisible in the corner. Hi. Cool. Anything you guys want to clarify before we resume here? Anybody need a little more time before we start playing again?
I got to use my coconut bowls. I'm so
Nice.
happy.
Those look cute.
Very nice.
I got those as a Christmas present. Because,
Cool.
you know, now I'm at that age where I don't get exciting shit no more. I get coconut bowls, so.
Yep. I got actually got a bowl for Christmas too. A big bowl.
Was it made out of a coconut or a pomegranate?
No, it's made out of glass, but the bowl's like this big, like a shield.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't know where to put it, but we have it. We do have it. All right.
Excellent.
Actually, it's so cold, I thought about putting my tunic on for the second half, but it's still kind of dirty from the festival.
It's got like sawdust on it or something.
No, man, it's so muddy out there.
Hmm.
Like, it just gets everywhere.
Gotcha. Hmm. Found it.
I heard them say that we can have anything that we want to eat.
Yeah.
Inside here.
Right.
That is what they offer. They're like, we probably have it. And if you don't, you should ask for it. We probably have it. You can eat.
Yeah.
You can't take it like and sell it, but you can eat it.
Give me Gutbuster.
So, if everybody's ready, we can resume. Cool. So let's do the little bit of chatting that happened on the way down here, because Lysandra's not going to hang out with you guys. She would just walk with you long enough to kind of do a handoff and reestablish expectations. Everyone, you've met your newest member of your team. Diari is a slave I recently acquired, who I had not finished registration of role. Their role now includes participation in this tournament. Now, they did mention that I technically have rights to all winnings. Of course, you and some of you and I know that some of those winnings are definitely going to be yours. And if you do survive the entire tournament, I have no qualms with giving some more of the goods. It'll be up to the rest of you if you want to share your goods with Diari. I have yet to decide what to do with him, given this new circumstance.
Question.
Yes.
Could you have them stop calling me master? I don't really. It's kind of just. Can you just ask them to be themselves? It's just a little uncomfy.
It's also disruptive to the image that we're
We
possibly
are
going
trying
to
to brand
attempt to
ourselves up,
cultivate
yeah.
here.
Diari, do your best to follow their preferences for labels.
Yes, lady.
Good sponsor. We were surprised at the addition, the welcome addition to the team. What was the thought behind it?
It seems like you all could use as much help as you could get.
Oh,
Unfortunately, I have most all of my other assets tied up at present, or quite busy, or would give no use. And this asset, I've only had for a couple weeks, and though they've been quite useful, thank you,
Lady.
I would like to hedge my bets in this direction with their performance. They tell me that they can do magic, and they've shown me some. I'm hoping it will be useful. And she kind of gives you this look like, yeah, I don't know if you guys are going to live tomorrow. Like, that's the look. It's just kind of like, oh my god, this is not going how somebody said it would go. Any other questions or clarifications?
I think you should get some rest. You look very stressed.
I will get back to my other business. Thank you very much, Giggle Scale. Now, if you need anything, just let Eddie know. You know where to find him. I don't think he'll be leaving that room for a while.
Oh,
furious Taylor noises.
we have some friends coming to stop by. Do they just need to tell them our name, or do I need to tell the guards of the arena their name, and then they'll let them in, or...
Best to meet
Are
them
we
up
even
front.
allowed visitors?
You are, in your private quarters, allowed visitors. Certainly. Don't be giving them tours to other parts of the arena. But they're welcome in the main entry hall, the various hangout areas within the Colosseum, the public eating areas, the restaurants, all those things, but not down in the kitchen warrens. No.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any way that we can gain access to the city proper before the conclusion of the tournament?
Outside of the carnival zone.
Yes, the library specifically.
Not without forfeiting, if you're caught.
Ooh.
There are many nobles with private book collections. The Grand Library is down near the Central Palace. Is there a certain book you were trying to get access to? Or certain sorts of books? Maybe I know someone within the area or somebody who could bring them closer?
Possibly. Perhaps I could give you a list tomorrow.
That should work. That should work. But I am sorry if you leave in our cot, the whole team is done.
Well, I won't put our business here at risk for that.
I have one more matter I would require your assistance with. Requires a strong one. I would like your assistance with. Can you set up a meeting with us, with Saphira Darkmane, the Lamia, beholden to the Shield Maiden that was the last champion?
What would be the purpose of the visit? They're going to want to know.
Well, I have a gift for her. A dowry?
A dowry? You're looking to marry her?
Maybe.
You don't know.
She kind of giggles a bit.
Starshine's head whips around at the word dowry.
If you would like, I will pass the message along that you have a dowry to propose. Is that
I
what
don't
you'd
want to
like?
pass around that I have a dowry to propose.
Okay.
It'd be pretty great.
I have heard of her and her deeds, and would very much like to meet her heralded champion and to present a gift of gratitude and honor in their magnificence, and would like to meet their acquaintance.
I'll see what I can do. No promises that they'll want to meet. You'd be amazed how many people want to speak with her. Last year's champion. And people's
You
favorite.
can mention that Grazit thought best that I find her and seek her.
You at least get some interest that way. All right. Is there anything else I can do for all of you before I go?
No, my lady.
You just keep being amazing. They're really good at this.
Thank you. I will do my best. And remember, you can survive. I've done it. And she slithers away. So,
Thanks for the vote of confidence.
you guys continue walking down kind of the directions where she pointed you to get to the kitchen warrens.
Nice.
And you're going down and down into the depths of this arena. A couple floors down, you start to hear the kitchen sounds. There's like bellows and screaming animals and chopping and shouting. There's this cacophony of wafting, changing smells just exuding from this entire floor.
Ooh.
And you guys eventually make your way down to one of the main entrances to the kitchen. You actually see plenty of people coming and going, some bringing food to be processed, others walking out with prepared or raw food. You even see when you come in a couple of the other team members, like on the far side, getting some grub as well, like a few hundred feet back there. The other obvious things you can notice, this entire floor is primarily worked by different trollkin. So humanoids, they're not quite full-on trolls. They're a little more civilized looking than the monsters you all have heard of / seen out in the wild. But they do all seem pretty dangerous and edgy and quite good with a blade and stronger than they look.
Nice.
And so it's this massive, expansive, overwhelming kitchen. Any utensil you could imagine is probably in here. The walls are lined with pots and pans, cooking utensils. Another wall lined with crates. There's rafters filled with crates of ingredients. It's just an overwhelming, massive menagerie of kitchenhood. And in the middle, there's often creatures being lifted up, taken, and slaughtered.
Ah.
And anybody else want to roll a active investigation to try and kind of put together what some of these things are? You can either do nature with some of these, investigation with others. I'll give you guys some clues if you want to roll either.
Sure.
I'll roll investigation
Go for it.
here.
What if I just want to look for the box, see if I can find it?
That is definitely an investigation, good sir.
Wow.
22.
That is
That's
an intimidation.
What's
Just do the
minus
math.
6? 16.
Okay. So, Diari, kind of taking this whole scene in, and this isn't the first time you've actually been down here. You've gone down to grab some food, sometimes on request, but it's the first time you've been here without orders. So you can actually just look at stuff instead of going to where you need to go. This is the first time you've actually noticed there's a bunch of humanoids also being chopped up. It's not just monsters and beasts. And you can see like there's a few areas in here where it's just like people who've been torn up in the arena just waiting to get chopped up.
That's rough. All right.
Well, how I feel about that.
Anything else you'd want to be trying to discern yourself, Diari, with that 24 investigation?
No, not as far as looking around the room or anything.
Okay. So 16 from Fuzzy Whisker. Yeah. So a 16, and you're just trying to like search and find the crate, right?
Yep.
Nice.
I have one question for you. What is your kind of strategy for looking? Is it like you're just walking around looking for froggy crates, or like what's your kind of strat? Are you just kind of like, are you trying to get sight on it? Are you listening? Like, what's the strat? It'll just depend on what happens.
I'm just gonna kind of walk around and act like I'm like just exploring the kitchen, but very obviously I'm like checking out any of the crates I see if I see them,
Mm-hmm.
and but like I'm listening for any kind of, because it makes a noise. I forget what noise it makes, doesn't it?
Croaking noise, I believe.
Yeah, a
crate.
croaking crate.
Yes.
So I'm walking around trying to give off the guys that, oh, this is such a nice kitchen, but very like trying to stealthily just kind of like.
Okay.
Get it, great.
Roll me a d10, and then roll me a stealth as well.
20 and 8.
All right. So the d10, it takes 8 minutes to find the crate, but you find a croaking crate actually by doing this strategy. During these 8 minutes, you guys can look and do other things if you'd like, or you could also try to find a faster route to find this thing. But guaranteed in 8 minutes, you find what seems to be a croaking crate. It even has like a drawing of a frog on it. Now your stealth, pretty good actually. Let's see. You make your way over there, and personally, Fuzzy Whisker, you don't draw any particular attention of any of the Trollkin working in here with that high of a roll. My question for the rest of the party, it's obviously Fuzzy Whiskers is on a mission. They're looking for the crate. They're doing their thing. What are you all doing? Are you just kind of following suit, fanning out, sticking together? What's the idea? Or you could, distract the people. Like, what do you want to do, guys?
That's what I would like to do. I'd like to find the person that's nearest to Fuzzy Whisker and actively approach them. You good sir, what's your name?
The one I don't have a name for. Just give me one sec.
Nice.
Well, that one. I'm going to ask him about his most exquisite weed. Not weed. I mean, why not? Mead, and where I can find it. And I was told that it is here, and I will not leave this kitchen until I find it. That's what I'm going to do, but I'll let everyone else also say what they want to do as well.
All right. This guy introduces himself. His name is Cruel Mash Gut Ripper.
What a name!
And you ask, where's the best weed up in here? That's what you
the
ask
best honey mead.
The best honey mead. Let's see if this guy's a honey mead guy.
Do you like the dank chronic, good sir?
Honey drink, sweet. We have several kinds. Best ask from bars up top, but if you want to, they have some drinks back here. And he kind of points to way in the back wall. There's just all these giant casks lined up where you can tap them and get drink. We also have some bottles up one floor above those casks. You can take your pick if you drink them, but don't steal. If you steal, I'll squeal.
I just kind of grab the back of his tricep. Not hard, but show me.
Why are you grabbing my arm?
Well, you grab.
I am not a go look type of guy. I'm not holding him. I'm just hey man.
You're touching his arm, right? I have work to do.
As do
Why
I.
should I help you? Beyond pointing. And you know the look. What are you going to give me, dog?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't want to ask him what he wants.
You just throw something out there.
You look like you have everything you need here.
First drink is yours? Question marks.
No. I would like many, many things. Why do you think I work so hard? So, make it worth my while. You want me to show you where all the meat is? I could do that. But I'll need
I
something.
have one better. Try a sip of this. And I'll pull out one of the bottles
Which one?
that I had from earlier. The mystery crack bottles.
Oh, God.
The bottles of wine haste.
No!
You want to give
And
him...
I'm gonna swirl this bottle in front of him, and I'll say, "But you couldn't handle this," and I'll start putting it back.
Kuma.
Especially not when you're working.
Roll me a, I think we'll just go with persuasion.
A 14.
Okay. I can drink it.
Gosh.
We Trollkin can drink and eat about anything. We actually have one of the most diverse palates in the world, which is why we make good cooks.
I'm a Yanti, and even I struggled with this a little bit. I think this is too dangerous. Let me try to find something. Do you like copper?
I like gold more.
Well, we all do. But you see, sir, this goes for 20 gold a drink. And I just hold up like 2 fingers like shot glass drink.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if these wine casks and these mead casks you're about to show me are even worth a sip.
Roll me a deception real quick on the price.
Dude, you're about to do a shot glass of scuba.
Or team.
He gives you this squinting on the price look, but he is also intrigued. So, what you want for one drink then? If it's so good, so hard.
I have a particular affinity for honey mead.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to know where I can get it.
I do want to do a check-in real quick just to make sure there's not a player communication issue. As a reminder, are you aware that the cask is in the vault?
Nope. I thought everything was in the kitchen.
That's what I wanted to remind you of. It's actually not a bad idea to ask, just to kind of look for cool honey mead and stuff and see if they might have something really eloquent there. But the sorry, they had mentioned, I think I should have mentioned if I haven't already, Lysandra would have told you, and I'll tell you again now, all of the tournament winnings are in a vault, and they keep stacking them in there. The croaking crate is definitely in here, though. Sorry, I was like,
okay, well,
why is he getting
that's
me?
all right.
Oops, that's
That makes
why.
sense.
Um,
I'll just cause a big enough scene with this to give Mickey the opportunity, if he wants to try to nab it, to nab it.
mhm.
And if this guy doesn't have the answer, I won't dish out the wine yet, but I'll just go to everyone else and rope them in on this conversation and just make it all about mead and I'm this mead purveyor and I've been looking for the best and
Okay. So here's what I'm going to ask. And we'll split you guys up visually. So we got Giggle Scale over here with this guy, Fuzzy Whisker over here with the crate. Move yourselves accordingly who you want to be hanging out near right now, if that makes sense. Who are you going to be hanging with? I'm going to split you guys.
Okay.
Everyone's going for the crate.
Well, so actually, Dayari has no idea what they're looking for,
Yep.
but
very true.
he feels like he's in trouble in some sort of way. So as soon as Lysandra would have kind of ducked off, he's just following Fuzzy Whisker around
Okay.
with apologies if I offended you, Master, Mr. Fuzzy Whisker. I meant no offense. entitled.
I'm gonna turn and pause my search for a second. I'm gonna look at him. I'm gonna grab his hand. I'm gonna look and I'm gonna say, "You did no such thing. I just have my belief structure, and it pains me to see anyone act the way you do, as I do not believe in what you are." Give him a little tap, and then I'm gonna turn back. Well, that's okay because I'm just a bit of an idiot, and I'm gonna keep searching.
And then Starshine. It looks like you're with Fuzzy Whisker. Anything
Yeah,
in
I'm just
particular
kind
you
of-
want to do in here with your
I'm
nausea?
just kind of keeping watch. If he starts to attract attention, I may try to distract.
Cool. All right, Tumble Whisker. Are you going over to this other Trollkin? Just to clarify, or are you gonna go Wingman with Giggle Scale?
Huh? I figured I would go distract this one over here. It'd be a similar conversation just with Gutbuster.
Okay.
Literally pick up on Giggle Scale's cues and
So, clarifying that GM to player confusion for you, Two Hands. We could do a slight retcon if you'd like. You don't necessarily have to tell this guy you're looking for the croaking crate or anything, but you got him enticed enough that he definitely seems to want to try what you have. He also seems like he's obviously stopped working and like he'd be willing to help out for a shot. Now it's a matter of what you want him to do. He'll do something.
I'm going to keep the conversation about mead going and like bring the other guys in, and like I'll just start absent-mindedly like getting the bottle out and like looking for some cups. And I'll be willing to pour a shot out for these guys, and I'm just going to try to just get them into conversation, get them talking, and then eventually I'm probably going to work in. I had a fellow who had a hankering for frog legs, and bring up the croaking crate as well.
All right. So let me roll his con save because he's going to down that as soon as you pour it.
I'm also not going to be quiet. So, like, if Mickey is listening, he'll, like, hear when the topic comes up.
Cool. So you've got him pretty distracted. He rolled... Let me see what his con mod is here. Actually, he's barely okay, but he does like... And definitely gets a little, like, bouncy and wiggly as you gave him some stimulants. Yeah, we got frog legs in here. We got it's actually a whole thing. There's this we finally found a way to keep all the frogs contained. It's been great. You just open it up, they all crawl towards the center. You can grab what you want, close it. No big deal. It's great. A drink is pretty good though. You say, does it seriously cost 20 gold a drink? There's no way. There's no way, really?
I just like start putting the screw on it. You don't have to believe me.
I don't, but I do like it.
If you have to ask, it's too much.
Fine. No,
What's your name? Oh, this is the guy that gave us the name, right? Cruel Mash.
Yeah. And Bumbleberry pipes up. I'd like some shark.
yeah.
It's true.
That's fine. We just have to go down a level. Do you want that? How do you like your shark?
Nightly, actually.
By the wheelbarrow full.
Oh my gosh.
Can I have 3 sharks? Yeah.
We're going to need shark every meal. Would you be the folks that would help us with that?
Either I or one of the others will be chopping it up and bringing it up to you. The drug's starting to slowly wear off because you only had 1 shot of it. You can just order it and we'll bring it up by the platter. It'll be fine.
Where do you get all these sharks?
The sea and the river.
Mm.
Remember, Desolera is up against a large inland sea. And there's plenty of sharks for taking. We also deal with the pirates around, and we take in anything. Whales, fish, sharks, mermaids, or folk. Can I have a little more of that drink, actually?
That's addiction.
I think on that. I'll let you think. You think on that Google skill for a second. Tumble Whisker.
Yes,
You want some GB, huh?
absolutely.
How do you approach this little worker? She's over here like just running the furnaces and trying to keep this kiln lit, just shoving wood in it nonstop.
Nice. Do you know where I can get some Gutbuster?
Any of the bars around have all the drinks you can think of. If you want to pick your own drinks, and she like points up to that same spot that the other guy gestured up on the second floor. There's
Gotcha.
ladders all around. Climb on up. Help yourself. Just don't go
Perfect.
selling it. We'll cut your hands off.
Reasonable. Yeah, gone. This person's not going to be an issue. They can't not be shoving wood in this furnace. Done. Sold.
All right. One quick pan over Giggle Skill. You're going to give him another drink. You got another proposal for him. Then we're going to come back. After that, we're going to go over to a Fuzzy Whisk.
Start selling it in doses.
I don't know if I want to become a drug lord. I'm probably going to say maybe later. I might need your help with something later on, and we'll see about another drink then.
Yeah, just let me know. I'll be working in here till early morning. That's when I'm going to be sleeping. I don't care about those exhibition matches. So, Fuzzy Whisker. You have nonchalantly moved your way over to a large crate. It's like 4 feet by 4 feet by 4 feet square crate. Tough wood. Again, it's got that kind of frog insignia. There's writing on there that you can't read. It's in Southern dialect. It is padlocked, closed. But you have no attention on you guys specifically. No more than anyone else in here. You've got Diari and Starshine and Aldheim, Wingman in you. What's the approach here? What do you guys do?
I'm going to, do a double take, see if no one's looking. I know I got these guys covered.
You rolled high enough stealth.
Dari.
Yeah, we don't open the crate.
To
We-
clarify, you were told not to open the ceramic container within the crate.
Yep. So
Mm.
I can open the crate itself, though.
You
And
can
it's
try.
padlocked, you said.
It is padlocked, yes.
You can try. That's a good response.
Dari, stand right. We're like, look here. And don't move.
Yes, Mister.
And then I'm going to crouch and just...
Do you have any thieves' tools by chance?
I do, on me. Somewhere. I know we've had some at some point. We bought them. They're somewhere on my person.
It's a DC 15 to padlock. Pick.
Right.
So click on your thieves' tools if you have them, and then do a dex-based roll.
Shebang. 23.
All right, little guidance, and you pop that padlock right open. Not that hard, just a classic little iron padlock.
And how big is the ceramic container? This is the box with all the toads in it, isn't it?
So you flip this iron latch, right? And I'm
Mhm.
assuming you go to lift the crate. And by the way, the whole
Very
time you've been
slowly.
there's been quiet croaking coming from the crate the whole time. Just rivets and croaking. You slowly open it up and peer in with your eyes that can see in the darkness because you're half drow and everything that's happened to your eyes. And there are hundreds and hundreds of frogs just writhing over in this mass in the middle. Toads, frogs, little frogs, baby frogs, big frogs. They're just all clamoring on each other, trying to dig in down to the center mass. What's your next move?
I imagine Aldheim is like having a field day with this.
Yeah, what would Aldheim think, seeing they're hanging out with you? I don't know how they behave exactly. This lid just popped, and it's just filled with hundreds of frogs.
Food that he's never had before.
What does he do?
He will probably taste one.
So, while you're peering in, Fuzzy Whisker, Aldheim kind of hovers, like, does a little glide, hangs on the edge with their little claws, and just, like, snaps in and grabs a frog, and, like, wolfs it down.
Deari, that just gave me a great idea. I need you to have Aldheim eat every single one of these frogs
What?
so they don't escape.
I don't know if you can eat that much.
At least a good number of them.
This is like a war crime amount of frogs that you're
Wait,
asking him to consume.
Do you? How big is Aldheim compared to the ceramic thing in the middle?
Smaller.
Damn.
They're-
Okay,
yeah.
never mind.
You
I thought he could
honestly,
swallow it.
you can't see the ceramic thing in the middle. It's a writhing mass of frogs. You assume it's probably in the middle of the writhing mass. Like, it's literally like the frog. Like, if you curled up a human into that size, it's like a medium-sized mass of
Oh.
frog.
I'm going to then quickly cast Speak with Animals,
Okay.
and I'm going to say, "Hello, frogs. Can I please have that thing in the middle?"
So when you cast Speak with Animals, you start hearing all of these frogs screaming and yelling at each other to get out of my way, it's mine. Get out of my way, it's mine. Get out of my way, it's mine. No, you can't have it, it's mine. Like, you even get, like, the ire of, like, a dozen frogs. Look up and like, yeah, no, it's ours. Like, just,
Oh,
I need it. Give it to me. Just
you're
all
about to
these,
get in a fist fight with a frog.
these frogs are freaking out trying to get this. Starshine, anything you do having, like, they have the volume of croaking definitely increased. You went from like, but nobody's seen it yet. Time's ticking though.
Um,
Help.
It's fine if not. It's up to you.
yeah. I'll wait until things are a little more dire. I don't have a
Alright.
lot of subtle distractions. If I have to do something, it's going to be.
Just nuke the other wall. I don't know what happened.
Oh, what happened? Look over there.
Yep. All right. You have a writhing mass of frogs. You're talking to them. They're like, "No, it's ours. Give it. Give me that. Give me that. It's mine. Get out of my way." And they're like shoving each other and biting each other and dragging each other back, kicking each other.
I'm gonna look over at Starshine, and I'm gonna say, "I think we need to come back with a better strategy. This will have to be something we grab tomorrow."
Why can't you just grab it now? Oh dear. Oh, that's a
Yeah.
lot of frogs.
Yeah,
Well, did you try asking them?
yeah. They said no. They're very angry, very angry. They all want it, so they're gonna follow it.
Oh, I see. So we'd have a army of frogs. That would be quite conspicuous.
Can you get Omnodaz to come here discreetly? I think she could eat them all real quick.
Oh my gosh.
I guess not the worst plan. I will saunter over to Bumbleberry and be like,
Oh yeah.
Bumbleberry, could I speak with you for just a moment over here?
Giggle Scale, make sure that the shock order gets completed, please. I like the big ones and the ones that are the most vicious and fast. All of those
I'm gonna,
kinds.
Tiger
chime
shark.
up real quick to respond to that. Yes, and I'm like addressing all these guys, the most vicious, fast sharks, and we're gonna need plenty of ice to cool down these cold-blooded creatures. Make
Yep.
sure that meat stays nice and cool, because you
have
know how
ice.
it is.
We have ice, don't worry. We'll keep it cool.
I'm like, you know how it is, cold ice. Looking off into a dark corner.
With sharks and
Where's that ice again?
Just distracting away. Bumbleberry does like, what's up?
Oh, nothing important. Just follow me right this way. Do you think you could eat like 40 pounds of frogs in relatively short order?
Let's see if she likes frogs. Let's start with that. Not my favorite, but I think I might be able to if I had to. Why?
It's for the mission.
For the mission.
For England.
It might take time, though. And maybe if you guys put me in the crate, I could do it fast.
Oh no.
That's good. Okay, I'm gonna open it, and you just gotta dive in there real quick, okay?
And you want me to try to eat every frog? Every single
At
one?
least a good number of them, so we can get the thing out.
I'm afraid I'm going to need a more specific request because a good number of frogs is 1. That's a good number. And I'll eat them. I will, especially for you guys. I will eat them.
Oh.
But
Hold on. She likes shiny things. I will give you this little bag of sand. It's really shiny and glistens well in the sun.
What?
she gestures to see this sand that you're selling her.
All right,
now.
hold on. I've seen a
Yeah.
lot of sand in my life.
She's holding it out I grew up on
And
the
so
beach.
I'll pull
Can
out a little cinched silk baggie
Mhm.
that has fine sand inside of it, and set it in her hand.
It's nice sand.
I thought it reminds you of the beach. I was gonna wait for a more kind of cute time to give it to you, but I'm also trying to bribe you to eat all these frogs. So
May I ask, why is it so important that these frogs are eaten?
That's a
we
very
can-
good question.
they all want this jar, and we need this jar.
Needs to happen.
And why do you need to eat the frogs to get to the jar?
Because they all want the jar too, and they'll make a big kind of loud noise if we take it, and then they'll follow us, and people will know that we stole the jar.
Shaska,
Well, none of my business.
roll me a performance real quick to keep these. It's getting a little conspicuous at this point with everyone be like, what should we do?
Yeah.
Just see if you keep these guys engaged. That's all.
I'm just gonna start going into the. Let me roll my performance, but
Mhm.
and then I'll.
Tell me what you do, of course, if you're up for it.
So a 14. So you don't understand. The shark is important, right? But I plan on keeping the shark, whatever we don't eat, on ice, just to keep it cool. Ice. I mean, it's not for me. Like, I'm a cool-blooded creature. If I would lay it on the ice, it would chill me, and I'd probably get really slow, and I probably would just, not. I don't know. Yeah, I'd slow down. I might even go to sleep. Wouldn't make a sound. Don't put me on a slab of ice. Don't put a frog on a slab of ice. Don't put a lizard on a slab. No, especially not a snake on a slab of ice. All right. I've even heard that there's some ice that evaporates into a mist, a cold mist. Have you heard of this?
So, not only do you have them totally engaged at this point, a lot of these trollkins have decided it's lunch break time, and they've grabbed some just random food that was laying around where they were cooking, and they've come over in a little mass. They've rolled a natural 1 to resist what's happening over here, and then you get one guy probably, I've seen this ice. I've seen it. You could drop it into water and it smokes.
That's the one. That's it. I just dialed in on that energy.
And then everybody's
I'll start
"Ah!" some
I'm
drinks.
gonna weave it into some tales.
Yeah.
Get some drinks passing, right?
Yep.
I'll even pull out some of my my food rations to bolster the story. We're gonna weave it into some adventures that we had, and I'll bring up the manticore and be like, but manticores, warm-blooded creatures, ice won't work on them. Only swords. And I'll pull out this manticore ration and be like, have you ever eaten and tasted a manticore before?
Not in a long time. Could I have some now?
Yeah.
So they're distracted. You have plenty of time for whatever.
I'm just gonna build some rapport with these guys because we'll be back.
Mr. Fuzzy Whisker, I have another question. Why are you asking the little dwarf to eat the frogs?
Trust me when I say she can eat a lot. More than probably 3 times you could eat. Probably 40 times what you could eat.
Well, she's so tiny.
Trust me.
Dwarves,
She
am I
has like a
right?
black hole in her stomach or something.
I wish we weren't talking about it, but it's true.
You're really good. It's a fascinating trait that you have. I wish I could eat that much.
Yes, it's a strange magical world we live in. Get in the box.
Dari's face is still visibly. Dari's face is still visibly confused at your answer, but
You do
he's just
magic, right?
kind of dropping it. I know some.
You do the sleep spell?
I do not.
Real quick, Tumble Whisker, do you want to rejoin your companions or go up to the liquors and start finding bottles? It's up to you.
Oh man. I think it sounds fun to rejoin the companions.
All right.
Shaska's got them tied down. I wanna
You
throw
come
my
over
2 cents in
here, and Bumbleberry is gone. I'm assuming you guys closed the lid, but leave leave it unlatched or whatever.
Yeah.
Where's Bumbleberry?
Eating frogs.
What?
They want the thing. So she has to eat them so they won't follow us.
And you left
Do you
it
want
on
some
the
frogs?
Bumbleberry? Are you a coward? Open that door. Open that crate.
I would just open it so Rune can get their hands in and just start shoveling the frogs.
Rune, roll me a con save.
Happily. Is this poison?
Yeah.
25
Oh.
GM. The weirder the better. And I mean that.
So, there's a lot of really colorful frogs jumping around in here too.
Oh
But Tumble Whisker, you've had worse, believe it or not, and you start.
I believe it.
You're going for the colorful ones. It sounds like you're going for the interesting
Perfect.
frogs. All right.
Yeah.
You're gonna start feeling real good. Real bad, real good.
Lick 'em.
Bumbleberry is in there, and she's
I'm
just
Double
shoving.
fisting them.
Oh.
She
And
gets this,
there's
hand
frog
pokes in.
goo squishing out of her mouth. She's trying to eat 4 at a time. Just
Oh,
do I have to eat all of them?
no,
That
just
Tumble
enough to
Whisper
get
help me
just enough to get to the thing. Then we close it off.
Oh,
Well,
here. And she's holding the writhing mass of frogs. It's a thinner mass, but it's
Yeah, you just
it's a beach ball now. It's a beach ball.
you just hear a little squish as he grabs another fistful.
So
We're in this together.
you guys can keep eating frogs, or you can try and take this thing away from them and close them back in at this point. It's up to you guys what you do.
After the last thing that was said, Dari's just gonna look over and. Well, if that's all you needed was to get it out of there, I could have helped with that.
No.
Well, too
Hold
bad
on.
we did this plan.
Let him go.
I'm just gonna try and sleight of hand slick the thing out of the writhing frog mass out as fast as I
Ew.
can, and then I'm gonna somehow get Bumbleberry out of there. But I'm gonna take a quick look around, see that Shaska has all of them enthralled, and just grab it. Get Omnodaz out first. Then I'm gonna grab it, and then just casually stow it in my pants and walk away and hope that no one sees it,
I would to try to assist him as he's coming out with it to telekinetically pack the frogs down in the crate if possible.
All right.
Ooh, I like that.
That's smart.
So let me just make sure I heard this right. You guys are getting Omnil out first, right?
Yes.
Okay. So Rune, Tumble Whiskats and Folk, you help Bumbleberry out with her cheeks full of frogs, just trying to get through them still. And then TW, you're staying out, and Fuzzy Whisker and Dayari. So Fuzzy Whisker, you're trying to get it quick, and Dayari, you're trying to get off of there, frogs. That's kind of the idea, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna have Fuzzy Whisker roll me a sleight of hand, and Dayaris roll me a animal handling and a sleight of hand.
And Tumble Whisker, shut that thing as soon as I get it out.
You're gonna roll a dex save, Tumble Whisker.
Why are
We
we
know
not
you're
doing
strong
this the opposite?
enough.
Why are we not doing this the opposite way? This is what I'm good at.
That is a 17 for animal handling and an 8 for sleight of hand.
Sweet.
Nope.
Yes.
You suck. You suck.
Oh.
Why are you?
18.
Are you using your inspiration, really?
Yep.
Okay.
Why?
Okay.
The frogs just eat him.
All
Like
right.
a bullmouth frog that's big enough, just gets its mouth around your arm.
I'll just go.
Sir, we're about to go into a life or death situation.
So
Take it back.
here,
We've got the crowd swayed.
Hey.
what's fun is it was DC 20 for these frogs.
Whoa.
Because they're so dexy. Now,
That's pretty cool.
let me describe what happens. Rune, you gotta roll me that dex save. Still.
It's gonna be an 8.
You're like, I don't want to roll it, Jim. That was the face you gave me. I love it.
This is Rune over here, Tumble Whisker. Like, I'm really better at prying things off. I'm not quick, but I'll do it.
All right.
I'll do it for you, boy.
So, let's see. Diari, roll me 1d20. And Fuzzy Whisker, roll me 1d20.
That's a
And-
13 for me.
And and Fuzzy Whisker, roll me 1d20.
We're all dead.
All right.
Ah.
So, was that 29? Yeah, 29 frogs get out before you close this.
I'm stomping frogs.
Are they like when they all jump out? Are they close enough together that I could like step in the middle of them and
Microwave.
Bellanova.
not the full Bellanova, but just a word of radiance?
Yeah.
Oh.
If you want to fry these frogs, 100% you could do that. They're all going for the jar. Like it's a jar. It's about this big. It's like the size of a head, a little smaller than a head.
Nice.
Ceramic thick. It's tied. It's got parchment and like fabric tied on it. There's little tiny holes so like the smell can come out. But yes, go ahead and do it.
So it's just every creature of
Just
my
roll your
choice. that's-
damage.
Yeah.
I want to see how. Just roll your damage. It's what?
6 radiant.
Hold on.
I have a great idea. While he's doing the word of radiance,
Mm-hmm.
I imagine there's a little bit of light that gets cast from that, or some type of like bright flash. I want to go into this Manticore fight, and like there we were fighting the Manticore on the night of the planetary alignment. The lightning was in the air. There was lightning over here, lightning over there, and like I imagine I time it right, like when I see Bellanov powering up, that like the flash like draws the crowd in.
roll me just a performance for timing. You already have him captivated. I just want to see if you do something awesome. That's all.
That's a 15.
Nice. Yeah, it's good. It's good. It's like, whoa!
Wah.
All right. So, all of the small frogs are dead. There are, let's see. I'm just gonna roll to see how many were big. 3 big boys left.
Stop.
They're still on the jar. They're like,
Eat a boy. Eat a boy.
I'll give All Dime a nod as like he knows like it's okay. I knew he kind of wanted to eat more, and it's like, all right, now's your chance. So he'll just kind of take flight and try to swoop down and like grab him in his claws and eat.
I'm actually quite excited. I'm gonna make you have a little Pokemon battle right now.
Dude, do it.
It's a 2v1. Let me get these on here.
This is really exciting.
It's up to you guys how you handle the rest of this, but yeah,
No, let him cook.
Starshine, you like, just almost like a phosphorus light, just all the little frogs just turn to like ash and like shriveled up little dead newts, and just you just hear this like kind of rain of pitter patting of ash and little frog bits just on the ground,
And
right?
they, like take them under the shelves, like under the, the floor.
Shit. Definitely. So you've got some soot on your shoes, but that's about it. But you get it all kicked in there. All right, there's one frog. You're not that big. Get down there. There you go. One frog, and then what was this one? Nah, not that one. Cool. Was it you? Yes. So there's these two that are fighting back. The other one's just hanging onto the jar at this point. I'm not sure what you guys want to do about that, but this one's hanging on the jar. He's also got a worm. He hasn't let go of its mouth. Now, we're going to do initiative. But unless anyone else jumps in, I want to see Aldheim fight these frogs.
Let's do it.
Mess him
Let's
up.
see it.
All right. So, per usual, go ahead and select Aldheim and then roll initiative.
Can we hear like the take of this battle, of this epic like fight to secure the pod from the fraud's perspective? Because J. Crew cast comprehend, speak with animals on these frogs. Like,
Mm-hmm.
That's actually pretty great.
Oh, dude.
Oh, boy.
Dirty 20. Yeah,
Oh,
like,
lordy.
you could just hear them, like, they don't even care about the other frogs that died. It's all like, let go of the jar! Just hating.
Oh my god!
Some fuzzy whiskers here. And, like, this big one, like, climbs up on top of the jar and is, like, going to try and attack at Fuzzy Whiskers to, like, try and get you to drop it, which was a bad thing if it does drop. I'm just going to roll a basic tongue attack to see if it hits. And then we're going to get... Does 16 hit you?
Yeah.
Oh my god. This frog lashes out. Hold on. This dick. Alright, that's the dangage.
yo,
Alright.
if we get turned into human carpets because of a frog, I'm gonna be pissed.
You get
I would laugh
smacked in
really
the
hard.
face for 2 slap tongue damage.
That's substantial.
He like shot his tongue out and whipped his head sideways, just went across your cheek. Now it's Alden's turn. You gave him the go get him. What does he do?
So he's gonna just kind of fly by and try to bite at the frog.
Okay. Do you want to do the one that just slapped Fuzzy
Yeah.
Whisker? Okay, go
Yeah.
for it.
All right. That's going to be a
23.
23 to hit,
23 will hit.
Incredible.
and that's going to be 11 force damage and 8 poison
God.
damage.
Yeah,
Holy
it's dead. So he comes through and just whacks the frog that slapped him. Dead. All right.
Perish.
And this thing just kind of seizes up and falls off and kind of splats on the ground into the ash pile.
And in case it does matter, because I know there's another one there, but he does have the flyby trait.
He does. Yep. All right. The resinous one,
130.
they see a threat. They're going to try and tongue attack at this flying around little thing. Is
Okay.
it 13 hit?
Negative.
All right. So it goes out, doesn't quite get him. And then this other one is it's just going to literally try and pry your fingers off the jar. Whiskers. With a 10. Fuzzy Whiskers, roll me an opposing strength check with advantage. This small frog is trying to get your fingers off. He's like kicking him. He's like, "Ugh."
No.
Dude, he's got like 4 fingers off this jar.
You want me to step
man.
in? Nah, actually. Finish it, boy. You gonna take that from a frog?
Can I whack him? Can I have like
Yeah.
an opportunity to whack this guy?
Yeah.
I didn't roll initiative because I didn't know what was happening. I'm whacking him.
Roll initiative for yourself. Go for it. Absolutely can.
You gonna take that from a frog?
All
The
right.
disrespect.
You're actually up because that was the end of the turn order.
Great. Great. Where is it? Where is it? There you go.
The one that tried to.
10.
I don't think that hits. Oh my god, it doesn't hit.
All right,
What?
with
You
the
are-
bonus
He
action.
touches it.
To be fair, you're trying not to like break the jar. You're trying to like pry him off or something, or like stab him, right? Is that the move, or
I'm
what do
just
you?
trying to whack him with my stick, like a
Yeah, you do that. He like catches your stick with his flag and like kicks it back. He's like,
Can I bonus action just like bite him?
I'll let you bite him. Roll a
Dude,
strength
yeah.
check.
Oh God!
Get in there! Don't let up.
He kicks you away.
You go in to bite him, and he's
No.
just
Close.
kicking. He's like, no, 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 just flailing his foot at you. Shit, Aldem, Aldheim.
So rather than taking on the smaller frog that is no longer on the thing,
Mm-hmm.
is Dayari himself seeing this struggle
You're all seeing
with
the
the
struggle.
jar?
Everyone
Okay.
besides the Trollkin and probably Giggle Scale is seeing this struggle.
Then Dayari is going to go ahead and send his telepathic command to Aldheim to help with that
Okay,
rather than the other frog.
sounds good.
So Aldheim, like in midair, is going to just turn and come and try to swoop down on the frog at an angle that he can get to
okay,
and make a bite attack.
bite away. 13,
That is me, 13.
hits. It just barely
Whoa.
hits, actually.
Kind of funny.
That is going to be 18 total damage.
This
Oh my-
one is
oh my
almost
goodness.
dead, but it is not dead. It gets hit, it like and it just grabs onto the jar with death. It's like a death grab onto the jar. Just all right. Resinous one, it's going to try and lash out again with the tongue. 10 doesn't hit. Fuzzy Whiskers.
Freaking, where is it? I can't explode him. He's too close.
I mean, you can.
Sure.
I'm rolling at disadvantage because I'm just gonna explode this guy.
Are you
He's making me
firebolting
mad.
him?
Yeah,
Okay. Roll with disadvantage. That hits.
14.
Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah.
It's 16 fire damage. Just gone.
I feel like I need to keep up with the narrative here and work in some fire somehow.
What do you got?
And then Villanova cast the fireball on 20 goblins.
I just
Alright.
imagine the blood and guts of the mana core and the frog guts like spray down on him. And
Just gone. That one's gone. There's one more left that's quite hurt. Anything else, Fuzzy Whisker, after your firebolt?
No.
Aldheim.
Go.
Go.
So Aldheim, yeah, he's just gonna turn and out of hunger, just come down on that last one there with a bite attack.
Go for it.
Oh, yeah.
13 is the DC. 22. Yeah, that'll hit.
That'll be 16 total damage.
Dude, he's the champ.
The 12 force rips this frog's head off. The jar is yours. The rest of the frogs inside the crate are freaking out. They're screaming frog obscenities. Fuzzy Whisker, you're the only one who can discern these from the party. They're just like, bring it back! No! I almost had it! Please! Please! And they're like, you can hear, there's like thudding. It's like, dun, 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 dun.
I'm just gonna walk or lean up to the crate and I'm just gonna say,
Unless,
suffer.
I should clarify, Starshine, were you frying the ones in the crate too, or just the ones on and out of the crate? Should've
I think I
asked.
have to be able to see them, so
Okay,
Oh.
so just the ones out of the crate then.
yes.
I'm just gonna lean up to the crate and I'm just gonna whisper in, suffer.
Hope you
I'm gonna add a flaw. Hates frogs.
I love it.
This
When you say suffer, there's a quick, for a moment it went quiet, like they stopped thudding, and then it just got way more. Just they're just jumping and frantically hitting this thing as hard as they can. And you did hear Starshine, at least. I don't. Does anybody else have a passive above 17?
no.
Fuzzy Whisker, don't you? Isn't your passive above
I
17?
do. I have an
Yeah.
18.
So Fuzzy Whisker and Starshine, you hear a little bit of wood splintering.
Mending.
Nice.
Shit.
And I'm just okay. Time to go.
Dude,
Um,
these frogs are gonna come for us in the night.
one other quick question. I just want to check. Do you guys do anything with these like 2 big frog bodies that are left that went splat?
Oh,
Oh,
if it's okay with you guys, I'll dime. I guess we'll eat them.
Yeah, that's fine. Puts it back down. No.
I mean, TW, you can eat one too if you want.
You know,
Bumbleberry
I think-
pipes up. They're not that bad.
you're right. I think Fuzzy Whisker earned this one. Here. Eat up, champ. You earned it.
I'm just gonna turn and walk away. I'm sorry, Tumblewister. I cannot do that to the enemy.
I mean, I'm gonna
can't
hold on
get
to it until you
distracted.
eat it. It's just gonna get worse from here.
Well, looks like I'll have frog carcass in my grave. That's when I'll be eating it when I'm dead.
Oh. Poor choice of words. Just putting me back.
So, you have the ceramic container. You've successfully distracted. You've successfully fended off the froggy onslaught. There is some evidence of your mischief in and around this crate, and the fact that the crate may or may not break in like an hour. What is the next move? Do you guys just kind of run out of here, or go upstairs and get some drink, or what's the move here?
Ooh, upstairs.
I have
for
a
drink
suggestion.
sounds nice. Go
Hmm.
ahead.
Do you think that we should possibly move some boxes around this crate and support and reinforce the crate a little bit by, maybe dragging it up against a wall and, moving a larger crate against it, kind of
Bury it.
block it in. Yeah,
That's a
bury
good
it. That's
idea,
what I
yeah.
would suggest, but I'm talking to the gnolls, so.
If you
Yes.
guys want to try and bury it, you definitely can. It would I'd just have you roll like a survival to bury it well. If you want to
Nice.
be super stealthy about it, you can roll a stealth on top of it. Whoever wants to do that, go for it if that's what you guys want to do.
I like the idea. I
You
can
know.
do the heavy lifting.
I would if I'm told to.
Oh my gosh.
I will begin to bury said thing very stealthily.
All right,
Oh, nice.
roll a
I'll
stealth.
take care of the survival if you want.
Cool.
Go team.
Stealth, 15.
Okay.
I mean,
And my survival, 12.
Okay. So, not the stealthiest, but it's not the worst. So, like, it's one of those things you're like scooting things, and you hear that like for just a half a second, and like everybody's like, "The fuck?" And you guys are like, "Yeah, I don't know what that was." Like that's the level of stealth you guys are at right now. If that makes sense. Like kids doing something, like you're just moving desks inappropriately.
clear mischief.
Clearly mischievous, but nobody's like cares enough right now. They'll, but there's definitely a little bit of like, what the hell are they doing over there? Like, why are they? And you get it like pushed, like jammed up underneath some shelves, and like put some like ropes and other pots and stuff around, and like kind of pack it in. Lay some burlap sacks filled with like beans, a barrel of fish, like just shoving all around this thing. It's like, yeah, that'll keep the zombies in their crate, like that's the idea you guys have. Anything else you guys want to do in the kitchen besides grab some Gutbuster?
I think I'm good to head back to our room myself.
Nice.
Same. I will borrow the Knowles farewell and just say that I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing you all again. Enjoy the games tomorrow.
Just all happy, honestly. Everybody's a little jovial.
Yeah.
And Starshine, look like you were going to say something. I'm not sure though. Did you have any ideas?
If I was, I forgot.
Alrighty. And so you all come back together. Heist successful? Question mark. And Let me clear this turn order here. And it sounds like you guys are scampering back up to your room, right?
Before which, would it be roughly the time I told them to come? We told them to come to the room, his girlfriend and my drow friend.
Yes.
I will make a pit stop to let them in as well.
What's
Still
your
my girlfriend. She's my
Drow.
informant. She just doesn't
We're
know
just
it yet.
friends. Gosh.
So, where am I staying throughout this? Am I staying in my slave quarters, or
you're
how
right
is
on
that
the list.
working?
You are about to find out, which is great.
Okay.
So I know I had other art, but this actually matches what I was trying to describe earlier. I found it.
This is
Somebody AI generated this, and it's exactly what I wanted. So you guys make your way back to where you know your room is. This through some passages, up a couple levels. It's in I think the second or third story of the arena itself. A third story, that's right. Back here's the main doors, and this room is set up in kind of a circle. In the middle, you've got this nice little fire pit. It's magically illuminated, so there's no smoke in here. Nice seating and cushions all around the fire. And then in each little kind of corner around, there's little tiny bedrooms for each of you. Bed, chest, chair, dresser, and you can pull as many curtains either over the bed or over the little room as you would like. And there's this kind of beautiful magical illumination, almost like just natural sunlight beaming through this sun-looking fixture in the center of the room, this upturned bowl. And then there's these accenting, just subtle enchantments of just beautiful design swirling around up on the tapestries on the surface. Now, when you guys all come in, the first thing you see, just standing right inside the door, is Eddie. He is right there.
Still thinking.
I'm hugging him.
Oh,
I like to imagine his hair has grown just a little bit, accentuating his bald spot just in the time that we've been gone.
Do I know who this is?
You do not. You have never seen Eddie before. Now, Fuzzy Whiskers, you come in and hug him, and it's like hugging a tree. It's just he's solid. He's a solid dude. Just you could you're pretty sure he could lift a cart if he really wanted to. And Eddie, without lifting eyes, his fuchsia eyes just down at the ground, just perpetually down at the ground. Lady Lysandra tells me that I have another one that I must make a design for and add to the story of the half-breed chainbreakers. A new slave she acquired, she tells me. A new slave, one that she's had for weeks, and did not tell me until 5 minutes ago that I need to make a wardrobe for. So, you, and he just without dropping his finger, points to you, DRS. They have a theme. It's half and half. Chainbreakery.
I'm gonna be.
I'm so proud of you, Diori.
Design
hats.
on your clothes do you want?
I'm sorry, I missed the question.
What clothes
Luna.
do you want? I'm making a custom outfit for you for the games tomorrow. The theme is half and half and chainbreakers. What would you like? If you don't have any ideas, I'll just come up with something.
So the Ari's eyes are just kind of to the ground as usual, and as Aldheim flutters up to his shoulder in comfort, it gives him the idea of the half breed of doing half draconic, half clothing, half linen, half something resembling
Ooh.
Aldheim.
That's so cool.
A little tacky, but I can do it. I assume you want it to be red like this little thing here.
As you see fit, Master Genasi.
I'm not your master, I'm a slave just like you. Now,
Apologies,
Can we
Master.
just stop with that word altogether? We're gonna say friends from now on, okay? Not the S word, friends, okay? We are
Apologies.
friends. I don't own any of you, and I don't want to, so we're just gonna call each other friends.
Apologies, friends, Fuzzy Whisker.
Thank you.
I'm gonna get back to tailoring.
Love you.
Sorry, I'm remembering Thor Ragnarok when Jeff Goldblum was like, "We don't like the word slaves."
Yeah.
Oh, no.
They're interns.
Yes.
No.
So Eddie the Wadiganasi goes over to his like sewing station. There's like just fabric everywhere in this corner of this chamber, all these different opulent colors, and he's just like tossing shit around now, trying to find red. Like he had no red anywhere in his job before. And eventually like disappears in a curtain in the back for a moment because he's digging through linens. But you're all here. This is your chamber. Although Eddie didn't explain it to you, you can assume, Daeris, that you are with this group here. There's beds enough for everyone to have one.
Daeari wouldn't show excitement, but I imagine Aldheim is going crazy right now. Like,
All this free space, all this cool stuff. There are like various little kind of dried treats. There's like bowls of dates and nuts and like dried meats and wines kind of just placed around. Nothing fancy, but you know, munchables. Yeah, you are here. Now, you mentioned that you wanted to like say, hey, we got friends coming. Let us know when they're here. Send them up our way, right? That was kind of the plan.
I thought I was meaning like it was about that time, so I'd just go pick them up on our way here before coming here.
Cool. Yeah, let's do that. Let me go get them stokies.
Hey, Daeari, have you ever... This is going to sound insensitive. Have you ever slept in a bed before?
yes, friend,
Okay.
Fuzzy Whisker.
I didn't know how long you might have been an S-word, so I figured, you know, maybe I'd ask.
I've slept in a bed before. It's been many moons, but I have.
Well, congratulations on getting to sleep in the bed again on this moon.
Gratitude, friend, Fuzzy Whisker.
Cool.
And like he doesn't seem very excited. Aldheim is like flying down, landing on cushions, rubbing his face against it, taking back off, like going onto a pillow of a bed and like cuddling up on it for a second before finding another cushion. He's like trying everything out.
May I ask you a question?
Yes, friend Giggleskill.
Where do you hail from?
I hail from a village known as Kethik.
Catholic?
Kethik.
That ring a bell by chance?
I can roll history at disadvantage on that one to see if you recognize it. There's very few reasons that you would know of it. 6.
Okay, 6.
The language sounds human, you know? Sounds like a human village. Most likely. Or at least human adjacent.
Is it in the Bound Mound or over in the... I can't think of the empire, the human empire. What is that place to the east with the giant city?
You guys can answer in character if anybody wants to clarify that one.
Yeah. What is it? It's over there with the humans.
Everend.
Do you speak
that
of
one. It's around Everend,
It
or at
does.
least in their region.
It falls under the reign of Everend.
Oh. You ever met a dwarf named Darren?
You have not.
I have not.
Oh well.
No, we had some interaction with some folks, possibly from Evren. They were humans. They were making some trouble in the Bound Mound, but we really haven't interacted with many folk outside of that from your area. Can you tell me a little bit about your town, Some things you liked where you grew up. I think we're all curious about the area. Might be heading there soon.
Well, I've not been to Everend itself. But my village fell under the reign of Everend.
Mhm.
It was close to Makoma. Yeah, Crew's face. But it's a small village, not a whole lot going on. And I was, for the most part, a quiet child and stayed to myself the majority of my childhood, studying and learning things.
I think I've been up that way before, actually, in my travels. Through Makoma. Interesting city. Got a bit of a smoke problem right now, though. Not sure if you've seen that.
Fog, but yes. Fog problem. Unless you meant to say smoke and new fog. I don't know.
Kinda. Like,
all right, let's leave it to smoke. It's a smoke
Smoke
problem.
just sounded cooler.
Smoke sounds cool. There's a smoke problem. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
it's
serious
billowing
tobacco
fog,
problem.
but yeah.
Mhm.
The area has many problems, but
You would have known that folks around that region, DR, you would know folks from that region say, like, yeah, don't worry about the fog, comes and goes. It's something to do with those damn cultists that everybody doesn't mind. They just kind of do their thing. That's about what you had known about the fog. You're, the people around you are just like, that's not our business. It's not our business. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about the fog. Oh, there it is.
The fog's good.
Okay.
that is where I'm from until I was enslaved. And
When was that? Recently?
approximately, what did we say?
About
9 months?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry that happened to you. Truly am.
It was better than alternatives, I guess.
You are still alive. And there is
Don't-
hope.
Sorry. If you don't
What's that,
mind me
Jake?
asking, do you know who enslaved you?
I do.
What are their names?
Is that a command to give, or
No, it's just more of like a friendly thing because I was a
It might
slave
be.
once, and I was curious to see if maybe it was like a samesies thing.
I would rather not say, if that is okay with you.
No, yeah, that's fine. You're your own person. You get to make your own choices when you're with us.
Ow.
Gratitude. I've not
Something's
had
not
that luxury in some time.
sitting right with me. How old are ye, Diari?
I have lived 56 cycles of the sun.
56. And ye became a slave how long ago?
About 9 months.
So not even one full cycle of the sun. And you're treating us like we own you. We're not the ones who brought you there. You've heard our team name. You've got your entire life experiences that can tell you that you can be treating us as equals, as normals, as parts of a team. What's stopping ye?
I was commanded only to aid you, and as such, I extend you the same gratitudes I would extend my master.
Ah,
I get what I said earlier, friends, not master. You don't have to like us, you don't have to talk to us, but you at least got to pretend you're a friend because we're trying to sell something here.
Are we?
Well, if it's any comfort, I do like you.
Oh, well, thank you. I'm pretty nice.
It's also a pretty good dancer on the ropes or the tapes. What is it called? Fuzzy Whisker?
Oh, silks?
Silks.
Yeah, they're pretty nice.
oh, okay, Dadson aside, what I need to be saying.
I don't really remember that well.
Oh, yeah, you were on drugs. Hard drugs. I have not seen your eyes that dilated the time I've known you. But our
Thanks,
recreational activities aside, we're not your master. She told you to accompany us and to help us. That doesn't make us your master. You're not talking to the person who brought you into slavery. You're talking to people that are going to live and bleed with you in the arena.
Speaking of which, do we have any plans on surviving?
Oh, we should talk strategy.
The Mickey 9000.
I want to be up in the front. If I'm getting hit, it means all of you aren't getting hit, and that's better by me. It doesn't sit right with me killing those dwarfs. Do you think we could bring them all down without killing them? I think it would right proper piss off the one that owns them.
It might. Something to think about is if we bring them down, the next team may not show them the same kindness. There's a chance that we could possibly give them a better death than others. I would say, to answer the GM's question, I would just say, like, after we've, like, finished maybe talking strategy, that would just make most sense.
Okay.
That'd be nice.
That's what I was wondering. Is like, do you want them here for this or not? It sounds like it sounds like you guys are like, cool. Yeah, figure it out.
yeah, figure it out.
All right.
See what you be saying, but doesn't sit right with me.
You're right.
Like that.
Just remember, we are here on a mission. If we do not do this mission, we will be turned into living, undying rugs. Skin rugs, tortured by demons and fae. We are here on a noble reason. We are here because we cannot leave. We are back in chains. They may be kind chains, or at least the pretenses of them may not be as harsh as the actual chains that we were bonded together by when we first met. But we have to win. Or we have to take what we need to take and make our leave. That is the mission.
If I might add on to that, Tumblewhisker, we commend ourselves on being the half-breed chain breakers. And it's something that I've only realized recently, is that there's more than one way to break a chain. And unfortunately, sometimes it's a harder way to break the chain to free someone, whether not from their body, but from their mortal coil.
Oh.
It will very likely come to that. I doubt we can spare everyone.
Oh, I'm not saying I want to spare everyone. There's quite a few I want to be putting under. But those dwarves, they shouldn't be here.
Neither should we. But I see what you're saying.
It was kind of our decision with the... In a sense.
I give the most incredulous
In a
look.
sense!
We're here. And our interests aligned with the current fate at hand.
Is that F-A-T-E or F-A-E-T?
Yeah. Da'ari, we are in bonds together. I would very much like to break them. It's what we do. Do you want to be free?
What I want is no longer my own to claim.
I will say, technically I did say what you want, you can be yourself. So if what you want is what you want, you're here right now, and that means what you want is what you want, but whether it's yours to choose or not, that's not the matter right now. What do you want?
I would prefer not to be in... And as he starts talking, he's looking around like he's paranoid right now.
Reasonable.
I would prefer not to be in the current position my life has brought. But as I said, that isn't exactly my choice.
Well, let's see if that opinion changes in the next couple days after the tournament. A decision will be made. Now, we're going against these dwarves. It looks like, did anyone notice if they had any casters, any magic users? They all look
The
like fighters?
bigger lady with the freshly shaven face, she had rough hands, but not worked with like gripping an axe, just that of working hands, and had a sense about her that was mystical. I'm not certain what type of magic.
So we go for her first.
Perhaps a cleric or sorts. In general, yeah, caster first.
I have ways to limit her effectiveness, so to speak.
Oh.
And perhaps, as you mentioned earlier, not wanting to slay the dwarves, but I could perhaps put them in a position of ineffectiveness once we've weakened them so to where we wouldn't have to kill them.
I think it's also important to remember that there could be a third party of beasties that will come into play. And if we put on a show with that, that could be a way that we could spare them. Give the people what they want, but not harm each other.
Perhaps.
We don't know what we're going to face. And based on the interactions that we had with these dwarves, I'm not sure if they're open to cooperation. But I'm not saying that we can't try if the need arises.
I would rather not have blood on my hands.
You don't always get to pick, but I understand the sentiment, and I'm thankful that you still have that sentiment. It is a good sign.
What about ye, Starshine?
I don't relish adding more bodies to my count, but they've made clear that they intend to offer us no quarter.
True.
If you wish to try to save them from whatever their current circumstances are, I will support you in that. But if they move to harm myself or one of you, I won't hesitate to strike them down.
That means a lot.
I'll hit him hard if I have to, Bumbleberry pipes up. It sounds
That's-
like we might have to.
Actually, something I wanted to bring up.
Aye.
I don't know how to say this, but should it come to it, how do you feel about using the bestial form you haven't shown us?
I've been thinking about that, and I'm hoping it doesn't come to it.
I think we all agreed that was for the best not shown.
There.
Understandable, but
You make a good kitty.
I feel like it might be a good back burner option come the worst.
She's
I
just
don't
kind of
think so.
She's just like kind of thinking, I hope it doesn't come to it. But I'll do what I can to try and protect you all and myself. But this isn't exactly the safest place for my exact kind, if you know what I mean.
It's not.
Exactly.
I thought dwarves were welcome here.
I am a gnome.
She's
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 got
a
a
gnome.
big dumb grim.
Yep.
But don't worry yourself, Diari. It's hopefully you won't need to know what we're talking about. And she gives kind of a hopeless smile your way.
Bumbleberry, when Aramloth welcomed you into our party, she told me very explicitly that I was not charged with your protection. And as comical as that sounds now, knowing what we know, I haven't changed my mindset. When I accepted that task, when a small little gnome who had lost her way came under my care, I swore to her that I would do everything I could to ensure your safety, regardless. I won't abandon you, and I will do everything I can. Keep you in the form that you choose to be in, whatever that may be.
Thanks. You too. You too. I just... I don't want to kill them. You know, they look so sad.
They do.
That they do.
And do we know what happens if a team loses and is not killed? Because I do not.
If
They
there's...
said we could bring it to an end by submission. They said that. Heard them.
But then they also say it was up to,
the crowd.
yeah,
Nah,
whether the submission was accepted or not.
to the lowers with the crowd.
And well, who's to say their very scary sponsor wouldn't, give them a worse thing than we could?
Do you think they'll come out in chains?
No, I feel like he'd wants to win, so he'll put them in armor. I don't think he's that cruel. He looks like a guy that could outfit them quite well. Or a woman, who knows? They were very scary.
I don't want it to trade blows.
I never thought I would be put in a position where someone's life is at stake for simple sport.
All right.
We are all here, regardless.
Oop.
It'll be hard to know what to expect. We know dwarves. We fought alongside dwarves for a while. We can imagine they'll be in some type of phalanx formation or hardened formation, heavy armor,
Would make it
protecting their
convenient for
caster.
us.
I don't know if mounts are allowed, but they might have mounts, which can be very deadly, so hobbling those mounts would be quick if need be.
Oh, for the match, our buddy, can I bring out Silver Ale?
Think you'll need to.
I don't think you'd want to bring them out this early. Remember about keeping our cards close and using them when they matter most.
That's right.
Don't
Good
let
point.
everyone see so we can win more money for ourselves.
Sounds like we at least need to fight 4 or 5 matches.
500 gold.
Well, as far as their caster, we have Oldime as well. He has no problem getting places hard to get to.
Excellent. So,
But then again,
perhaps-
also, if we blow everything, this might be our most expensive match for our odds. So, ensuring our victory.
I just want to spend some time with me new buddy.
it will
I
come.
mean, you can bring them out now.
No,
Nothing's stopping you
I
there.
can't bring him out now. He won't be ready by the time we have our match.
I thought the gentleman said that you could. It was like a certain amount of time. It's not like you can put him back.
His particular thing.
I'm just nervous.
Alu knows.
What if he doesn't like me?
What if I rolled in that one?
Yeah, there was...
What if I rolled several?
Oh yeah. I forgot about that.
I mean, if
that's
I bring
great.
him out, I want something to bond over.
Like, kill him.
I would say probably at least for the championship day, the second day, is when you should bring him out.
Oh, but I did make that deal that if I bring him out on our first match, it's 500 gold.
Oh, that's
True
true.
True that.
Let me have me friend.
Well,
Yes.
I personally have no qualms. I was just putting ideas out there just to make sure.
So, let me understand. Alu, you're looking to let out your pet because the 24-hour cycle would start now. Is that what you're thinking?
No.
Oh,
No,
you're thinking
our-
of bringing him
our-
out tomorrow?
Yeah, during the fight.
Okay. Technically, if you brought him out now, you'd have until tomorrow at this time to have him free if you wanted to free him now.
That's true. What I was thinking is we could get him with the fight, and then we might be able to squeak him into the next fight
Possible.
within the same week period.
It's possible. Depends on how it lines up, right?
Yeah.
Technically, you could do the second fight, and then you might get him for the second day also, if
We'll
the
see if,
second fight's later in the day.
See if Tumblewhisker caves and brings him out before the end of the night. We'll see.
Do you
how it
want to
goes.
have it so like you're showing off your little figurine though?
Oh, for sure, absolutely.
I
I got
do
my
that.
buddy.
I could show your figurine to folks wherever that
Do
thing
it.
went. I think it's
Probably
already
a good-
shared with everybody, but I'll do that again
I
here.
also I got my
Ooh.
feelings out just in terms of this coming match. I'm probably gonna try non-lethal, if possible. I mean, I'm not gonna be pulling any punches.
But yeah,
As you would pull that out and show, like, all Dime would come laying down, looking at it, like,
what you
Kit
got?
Kat.
Ah, buddy, it's good. It's a good one. This one's name is Silver Ale. You'll be seeing him tomorrow.
And yeah, it's this little jade statue. It's a couple inches tall, like 4 inches tall, of this. Looks like a guard drake.
Yeah.
All right. So there is actually a knock at the door. And Eddie, just if none of you guys address the door immediately, Eddie's going to be like, just tell him come in.
Fuzzy Whisker
Come in.
up in that he is excited to read a book with his friend.
What comes in before you, friends? Something you ordered.
Oh,
The sharks.
It's a pile of sharks and things, and they bring it in on a huge ice tray and just plop it right here on the carpets. There's a hammerhead shark, a mako, and like a Loch Ness monster. That's what they bring you guys.
Phenomenal.
Plesiosaurus.
Yeah, I was like, I remember
Bumbleberry
from New York
like
days.
kind of rubs their stomach like maybe some of those poison frogs didn't go so great.
Aw.
But she does like kind of tiredly make her way over and just starts chewing on this pile here. So that's happening.
Oh my goodness, I didn't see it. You put them on the. That's so funny.
So I wanted to put this one to the back. There
Nice.
we go. Cool. So she's just going to come over here and just start ripping pieces of shark off and munching them quietly while you guys keep talking.
poor Nessie.
Yeah, Nessie's not doing great. Your other buddies, do you guys want them now? Or do you want to keep chatting a bit?
Let's say, yeah, let's bring him in.
I think I'm good.
They're actually waiting
if-
together. Like, they were both like, oh, they're still doing the dinner? Jeez, they're not back yet? And then finally, when they came in, they're like, just wait. Wait until we got to get those sharks in there. Don't get in their way. Blah, blah, blah.
So
Um,
sorry.
I'm
They'll be fine.
read the book. I'm very excited.
And they both come in. They're like kind of looking at the mild opulence in here. You know, it's nothing compared to some of the other things in the city. But your date, Giggle Scales, Sarah, comes in and gives like a nice little quaint smile, like, oh, not bad quarters for some contestants. And
We do all right when we have to.
We do all right. Double Whisker, nice.
Fuzzy Whisker, do you remember the dude's name? It was like Thal something, right? Do you have it written down? This
I
drone's
did
name?
not write it down.
Oh,
I struggle to write things down.
I can dig it up. Just give me 1 sec.
Is this Pita Jahi?
I think
Oh,
it was
yeah.
PETA. PETA.
But yeah, because I was making fun of it because of Hunger Games. Yep.
Yep.
Thank you so much, Chuck.
Write everything down.
Yay.
Oh, shuck.
So, yep, PETA shows up, and you recognize his face, but dude, his attire is different. He is not in his book salesman clothes at all. He's like rogued out.
Okay.
He's in his night clothes. He's got silver tats. Like, he's geared up.
Can
To
you
come
send
hang
me
out with
this?
his
I want
boy.
to use this for a character in the future.
Sure.
That is so cool.
God damn, can we bring him home? Like,
I mean, he's in here. He's all cut, like ripped. He's got daggers all over the place. Like he's like ready to go out in the sand. He's like, oh, you didn't always used to sell books, did you?
Hey, friend. Hey, it's good to see ya.
in Hydra.
Just give me 1 sec to get this to you before I never do it.
Thing.
There we go. Hey, Miki. Or not Miki. Hey, Fuzzy Whiskers.
Oops.
Yeah, oops. I'm getting tired. He kind of excitedly jogs over to you, actually. Are we going to get into the book?
Hey, you came sporting the attire. That's the wrong. Rise of light. Hey, you came sporting the attire. Oh, Veyron out, I see you.
Is it impolite to be speaking in a high drow around your friends?
I don't mind. Yeah, I haven't seen a drow in so long. I'm actually going to give him, assuming it is a thing, a customary drow, like, greeting, handshake, whatever thing.
I think the normal thing is actually 2 hands across the chest. That's like
so
the drow, hello, we're not going to kill you.
Hello, we're not going to...
This is the I'm not going to kill you tonight thing. This is some fancy digs you got here. So you're in the games. This it's all sinking in right now. Actually, a little surprised that you're actually in the games. You told me you were. Shit.
Hey, look at me. I don't really look like I'm in the games exactly, but here I am.
Oh no, they let all coins in, especially the coins that die fast and dramatically with the loud screams. Sometimes they actually go and pick out some of the louder, more complaining slaves just so they can die screaming for the audience.
I can tell you, without giving too much away, there's definitely one of those loud and complaining slaves, I think, in the games.
Oh, that's good. I love watching those ones squeal. All right, as long as they're not drow, it kind of makes me a little sad when it's a drow, though it's screaming. But, we aren't the ones complaining too much. I feel a little rude talking in high drow. Like, that yawn tea's a little scary. Are you sure this is fine?
Well, I'll introduce you and make it easier. I'll just, I don't get to use the tongue often, so...
Right.
No. Hello, friends. This is Peter. He is my friend that we met at the book earlier. And
from the store.
We're gonna read our book.
Yeah, don't mind us. So he pipes up and comment. Don't mind us. We are going to read a book. Fuzzy Whiskers purchased this evening. We both have a mutual interest in a certain deity, so we'll be studying that over the light.
I'll chime in as well. Yes. The certain deity seems interesting. I look forward to hopefully learning the trailings of what Fuzzy Whisker learns from you. And please, enjoy the language of your people. He was very proud when he learned it.
And you're all right
the first person.
With us reading this kind of book in your presence. Just checking. Given the...
I'm not offended. I'm not like most Yanti.
Okay. Well, Fuzzy Whiskers, shall we go find a spot and get into this book then?
I think we should.
Nice. We could go get comfortable on one of those beds, get some light bright in there. Or do you want to read it here in front of everyone? It's up to you.
I'm okay with reading right here in front of everyone.
I bet that fire feels nice.
He's that kind of drow. Just do it right here in front of anyone.
Yeah, man.
I'll pull the book out of my sack and I'll just crack open the first page.
Awesome. We'll get to that. And now Giggle Scale Sithara is here. Being all breathy. And excuse me. She walks around like the long way. It takes her time getting over to you. Really taking the room in. Oh yeah, pausing, looking up. Oh, that's nice. That's nice.
Yeah.
Not in a rush to see you. Not in a rush. But she walks around, gives a nod to Tumble Whiskers, a little look at Aldem, a little nod to Diari, a little nod to Starshine, a little concern at Bumbleberry, and makes her way over and sits really close to you, Giggle Scale. So,
I'll allow it.
this is nice accommodations. Your sponsor must have some connections.
She seems to be quite useful. She is a... I don't know if you saw her. She's a Lamia. Snake Lamia.
Oh,
Lysandra Nightshade. Heard of her?
I have, actually. The harem speak of her sometimes. She's always in to various deals.
She's pretty. You know, just kind of like shrug. Like,
Oh. Is she your type?
Answer carefully.
Drinks. Ugh.
yeah.
Are you literally like reaching for the pitcher next to you? Like, yeah,
Of sorts. No,
yeah.
it's me as a player that's getting another drink. I just say she possibly is. You know, preference is varied, and you know, it depends many things. But you know, I do like a good snake when I see one.
Hmm. Well, the little one's tucked away until tomorrow morning. I have some of the other mothers in the harem watching after her.
And how is little Nagaya doing?
Oh, she's doing wonderful. We did end up actually finding some crepes. I didn't get one this time. I actually forgot I was going to have one delivered during the meeting thing, but I forgot all about it. Although I was in such a hurry earlier, I didn't actually get one myself. Have you had a kitten crepe?
Oh.
That's a great question, GM. I don't know if I would have.
It's a local
Shaska probably has a
Desolera.
high chance he could have. Oh, well, no, if it's local, then probably not.
It's kind of a Desolera thing. It's this weird, like, you probably would have picked up on a little bit. There's a little tension between the serpentine and the feline, right? They both kind of have overlap, but they're both kind of in competition, and they're both looking for ways to say F you to the other one without actually openly saying F you. So
gotcha.
there are some Yanti-owned kitten crepe stands around. And that is exactly what you think it is. It is a live kitten wrapped up in a crepe and eaten by a snake person.
I have not.
We should order some. I hear that you can get whatever you want while you're in the games.
It's true. If you want a kitten crepe, we can get you some.
Really?
So here, I don't see why not. Not sure if I'll eat one though.
Could you ask if they have any tiger cub kitten crepes? I've always wanted to eat a tiger cub.
Oh my.
They can get quite big, you know.
Oh, I know.
They just have the.
We already got sharks in here.
They come in crates.
If you know, I heard that all the food's on Solera on the house, so we might as well. I'm gonna see if she wants a tiger cub crate. And like on that discussion, you know, I've always wondered if different people have different feelings on should I eat something that looks cute, should I eat something that is small, helpless, and I've always thought that there's two determining factors for someone's emotional attachment to something. Usually it's level of intelligence and whether or not they have an emotional bond with the creature. It determines the value of something in society, especially with pets, things that aren't fully sentient. What's your take on that?
I don't think I've thought about that too much myself. It's really just been as much as if I'm hungering for something, I go and eat it.
I imagine it's something similar to just eating a baby chick, right? Or using it to make some little chicken wings. But I like cats. Strangely enough. Seems like there's some beef between the serpents and the felines in this area. Is that local?
She does she gets a little when you say that. Like, it's really subtle, but there's a little bit of There is. There's only so much Desolera to go around, and there are certain things which both folk cannot have. such as a temple. But we both find our ways at getting back at each other without open hostilities most of the time. And there is an extra bit of delight knowing that eating such a delicious, fluffy, adorable kitten makes all of the feline creatures around me cringe.
Mmm. So that's what it is.
They're actually, they are delicious though. I eat them in private occasionally.
Fighting for temple space. Well, if you would erect a temple, who would you erect it to?
Really? I'd be happy to tell you. Just give me one moment to scroll down slightly. We will get back to you, Tumble Fuzzy Whiskers. Don't worry. You guys are just kind of nerding out, like you just like you're reading
I'm
a
just
cool ass
brushing my
book.
hair.
There she is. Do. There we go. I found it. Cool. Have you heard of Sybil? You should roll with advantage on this history check.
Yeah.
I was of the Sybil.
Different Sybil, but same word for sure.
I grew up in a very backwater town. The name doesn't sound too familiar. Perhaps in passing. There's a lot of Seth worshippers in my area. Very bloody.
Oh, you know, you might be quite interested in Sybil.
I don't follow the teachings of Seth.
No. I that's fine. I just she's not Seth, but some believe her to be a better reincarnation of Seth. It's good that you don't worship Seth because Sybil is better. You really haven't heard of her at all. You haven't.
I don't think so.
She's just like, she's really excited and like, wow, at the same time. She's excited and surprised. Wow. Yeah, so she is a very, very powerful, half fiend, half Yanti abomination, fighter and sorcerer who once acted as the avatar for Seth, imbuing his power within her and honestly her taking on some of his powers forever. She's making some rather big moves recently. So, tell me, why aren't you a worshipper of Seth exactly? I know many Yanti are, although, you know, it's just Seth after all. Not that interesting.
That's one of the things I was hoping to perhaps enlighten you on regarding some of my origins. I'm not like a lot of Yanti, you know. Some of this information might concern you, but I don't subscribe to the traditional Yanti ways of life. The cycle of violence, the needless killing, the slavery and the war. I would like to end it all if I could. Does that bother you?
No. But by end it all, what do you mean? What would you do?
We've been fighting ourselves for a long time. And there are those whose names shouldn't be mentioned, and those that are controlled by said unmentioned, aforementioned folk.
She's going to lean in with this. I understand. That's one reason why Can you hear me fine if I'm talking this low?
Yep.
Okay, I'm just getting close. That's one reason why I ended up being a member of Sybil's Chosen. There are plans in the work to take back some certain temples out in the jungles from a certain someone. If you catch my drift.
I do. I'm gonna like motion to Tumblewhisker Stonebeard, and just say, Tumblewhisker 2 has similar goals involving similar parties.
Can I talk about it now?
Nope. But you can see they are very eager. Often I have to try to bring them back and say, long-term goals, Tumblewhisker, long-term goals. You're not poison immune yet.
Oh.
But
You said yet. Do you know how...
can you tell us more about Sybil's Chosen? This is
Yes.
an interesting development.
We're a collective, again, following the Serpent Sybil, who we believe is the improved reincarnation, the refined embodiment of Seth himself. There is a gathering far to the east on the other side of the jungle from that one, and we are amassing a force big enough that we might be able to take it back. The problem is holding it, and unfortunately, we haven't quite figured out how to deal with that unless Sybil is able to take it on her own.
Yes.
Deari and everyone else, just the reference to the jungle and that is enough that you guys know we're talking about the ancient green dragon Camarith. It's also commonly known that people don't talk shit about Camarith in public because Camarith knows a lot of people and you guys are in a Camarith town
She'll
filled
wreck
with
your house.
slaves and she will come and get you. But as treasonous kind of as this conversation is, it's subtle enough nobody's going to freak out. But yes, we are gathering resources, followers, information, and planning. And when it's time, it's time. I hope Sybil swallows that thing.
But is it the trading of one tyrant for another? What are Sybil's plans?
Well, the prosperity of the Yonti, of course, and all scaly kind.
Of course.
And she gives just a nice smile. But yes, we're gathering quite the force, even allying ourselves with Yonti abomination or two and a few Maralith demons. We're getting quite the force. I like your eyes because that's how they should be like, oh god, that's not good at all.
Yeah. I'm just like, all right, you are on the watch list now. The Shaska watch list, okay.
Oh, dang.
If you'd like,
So-
I could maybe have you meet some folk here in Desolera and talk strategy, information. You said you aren't the typical lot, so you aren't under them.
That's correct. And we may possibly have some business in that area in the future. My associate, Starshine, they have an associate they're keeping some tabs on who is planning an expedition out in those wilderness that belongs to their school. Starshine, do you have any information about that? What was that person again? The name Thunder something?
Drake. He's not actually from the same college that I was, but from another in the area. He was a xenobiologist and specialist in environmental adaptation. He has a bit of a reputation.
Always gets the job done, as I hear.
Yes, he seems much more concerned about the ends and not so much with the means.
Sounds like the kind of person we could use for this. She almost said war.
For this war.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
I seek to free our people from the enslavement that they have done to themselves, and the control that is exerted on them that forces them to make the decisions that they make today.
Oh,
I
no,
would
Yante
very much
really...
like to free my people.
They certainly wouldn't be bowing to that one if they had another option. I agree.
It's true.
I agree. Oh,
I'll kind of look towards Da'ari, and just kind of give him a nod. We all have chains. We all
Da'ari
should be
is
free.
Da'ari is currently watching Bumbleberry devour sharks as he is extremely uncomfortable with the current conversation.
Dude, this room has so much alpha energy. Just like Drow doing forbidden stuff, Yanti talking about forbidden stuff. There's a dragon eating a bunch of sharks on the floor. Like, dude, it's just like it's all over the place, man.
both.
Love it.
What time is it currently in game?
It's probably like 11:30 or midnight, honestly, at this point. You guys, you did the dinner, which was at like 10 p.m. I think that's when I said it, and that took a minute. You guys went and messed around in the kitchen for a hot minute, and then made your way up here and chatted. One thing I do need to do, I need to run to the restroom very quickly. Does anybody else want me to do like a 5-minute break, or you guys want to keep hanging? How you guys
If you
doing?
don't mind.
I'm going to do a quick run. I'll put the break screen on for a moment. You can keep chatting if you want. I'll be right back.
Cool.
Then I'll check in
We
with
should
you
probably
guys.
do a check-in about how much
Yeah.
longer we want to play tonight. Like, I'm good, but
Absolutely.
it's good to do a check-in.
That's
I'm
what I
off
want
tomorrow,
to do.
so I'm good.
We will
For
check
however
in
long you want to go.
Y'all back
in-
soon. Cool.
a minute.
Run!
Go to the restroom.
18 more hours.
Hey, Shuck.
I'll be on mic, but
You,
I can still hear y'all. I'll just be
Want to
on
help
mute.
me summon a demon? I need a guard drake and a raven.
Sure.
Yes. I'm gonna drag you in on it because, like, Tumblewhisker's gonna look around the room and see like Bane and be like sad, like looking at their guard drake, like it could be so cool, and then looking at Fuzzy Whisker with his buddy, and then looking at Giggle Scale with his buddy, like, I want to get my dog out here. But we gotta be buddies because you've got your cool raven. I think it's Antiope, and that's something that Rune is never gonna be able to pronounce. So
Oh, Antiope? But was that
That's
a raven? I thought that was just someone asked me what my favorite star was, and I made up
that is literally the command word for the raven now.
Oh, got it. Yeah, Antiope.
Which yes, Antiope. It's not working.
Anti-opiate.
We're not anti-opioids here, apparently.
You know, in Shaska's defense, he didn't know.
I meant that drow that Fuzzy Whisker connected with. Well, that too.
Sorry, I should have muted that. He was like, right.
It's fine. Didn't really pick it up.
Oh,
I brush my hair so much that it's so soft. The texture is really like comforting today, so I've just been brushing it.
nice. So let's do a check-in here. Now is not a bad time to call it. Or sometime very, very soon after a little bit of RP, or we could get into a whole nother thing. How are folks feeling? This is normally around when we stop. Let's start with Alu.
Oh heck. Technically speaking, I don't work tomorrow, so I would like to keep going on my end and be a little bad. However, I can also defer to other people's preferences there.
You
do have
heard
one
it
little
here.
thing- I do have one little thing I'd like to do before we call it, of course, which could be at the start of next, but
Alu wants to be a little bad and
it's a little bad.
has at least one thing. Pass the mic however you want.
Sure.
You guys
I'm
pass
just
your own
gonna-
mics.
Just gonna pass it down. Here you go, Shuck. This is for you.
Unfortunately, tomorrow is not a holiday for me.
No.
I can go for a little bit longer, but I'd like to be like signing off at like in like 15 minutes,
Nice.
like
Okay.
2:30 for me.
All night long.
Oh my god.
You can also just Starshine can just go to bed, and you guys can.
No, not doing that. Nope, nope, nope. We all play, or no one plays. All right. Let's call it there then, or call it here soon. We'll do a little more RP, and then what I'm planning is to open up with this whole book adventure.
God damn it!
I know.
Got him.
That was
Book.
that was going to be the thing. That was going to be the thing. But it's a whole thing. It would take at least an
I
hour.
know.
It would take at least an hour.
Oh,
Sorry. I know
It's
it's been we planned it so long ago and it just hasn't gotten there yet, but it is next session for Sherzies. Sorry.
I have to wait a week now. God. Would have happened if I didn't have to go to a funeral.
True dat.
Jeez.
True dat. That would have been done. All right, I'm going to take this break screen off. Let's do the last little bits of RP, and then we'll call it a night here, fellers. And then next week we're going to do a magical freaking book adventure slash the rest of Giggle Scale's date slash whatever the rest of you guys end up doing with your night.
It was never going to be a date. I'm going to be like, yeah, I'm a good Yanti, and I'm looking for my wife, and yeah. And she's going to be like, why am I here?
Yep.
I'll be like, I don't know. Why are you here?
Why are you here?
You invited me.
Yeah.
Right.
Why did you bring me here?
All right.
I'm interested to see where she goes with this. I knew there was going to be something beneficial to having her around, though.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
I've got her personality and agenda all lined up in my head, so you can throw whatever you want at this lady. But before that, Tumblewhisker, you said, I want to do one more thing.
I've got one thing, so I'm gonna Starshine.
Yes?
Come here. Can you help me with something?
All right, and I will move over to Tumblewhisker.
It's me first time. I'm a little nervous. Let's do it together, same time. And Tumblewhisker's gonna pass you the silver raven. Be like, Aldim, you want a friend? You want a buddy? You were looking at this.
Oh no.
Aldine was tired, and then he picked his head up, and he
Yeah,
looks upward anxiously.
anxiously.
You showed him the little silver raven figurine.
I gave the silver raven figurine to Starshine. I've got the guard drake out.
Okay. Oh, so you just gave it to him, like this is yours now, or like what? I'm confused.
I gave the silver raven to Starshine,
Mm-hmm.
and I said I want us to use these at the same time. And I've got my guard drake, and I'm looking down at the little dragon adjacent critter. I'm like, you want a buddy? I'll bring.
He'll look up.
So I guess I'll set it down and use the phrase. Actually, I'm gonna hold on to it. I'm gonna hold on to it and use the phrase silver ale and see what happens.
Okay. So you're summoning it now.
Yes.
Okay. Starshine, are you also summoning the little raven?
I suppose I am.
Yeah.
Okay.
GM, I'm gonna just probably quickly interpose between the summoning and Sathara because I don't know what's going on. I'm like, oh shit. Probably reflexively, whoa.
Here's what she was actually going to try and get you to go on a walk.
Oh.
Classic move.
Okay.
Because you guys, you mentioned the kitten. She mentioned kitten crepes. She's like, we could go pick out our own kittens for the crepes. Let's go do that.
Of course, we can't do that in front of Belanos. I had something cheeky planned for the cat, anyways. But
You can, but things might happen.
no, I had something cheeky planned, but anyways.
Do you want to go pick out some? Maybe go for a little walk? Talk a little more privately?
Nice.
I'll take her up on it, but I'm sad I won't have the tail that I wanted, but that's all right.
It's not far to the kitchen. It's 10-minute walk.
We're not going down some back alley that I might just get disappeared.
You could. I mean, that's. I'm not telling you can't. But
let's see where it goes.
Giggles goes kitchens are good, but I hear the real kittens are in the alleys. It's better if you catch them yourself. All right.
Dude, if we're going down the kitchen, I've got my boys in the kitchen, dude.
Yep.
They're legends.
So, you and Sathara are gonna slowly walk over towards the kitchen, and then Tumblewhisker and Starshine, you guys say your words. But little silver bird appears
it's a
where the
bird!
figurine was. Here's a
And
little art for
diving.
it. It looks like a normal crow or a raven, but it has this kind of like almost
It's so
magical
pretty.
silvery sheen on all the feathers. And then you said you just do it in your hand?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's
Oh,
on top
Yes!
of you now.
Oh, he's big.
This boy.
Oh,
And he looks
chunky.
exactly how he should look. Wily.
You got them crazy eyes.
Yes.
he's a good one.
Now, I believe there is a roll you need to do for me, good sir. Let me just double check. Where?
Yeah, like a D10 or something.
Where did your little thing go?
I
One
really hope
second.
this is-
Yes. So, roll me a d10.
Heck yeah. Be a 7. It's a 3. Oh, it's a 3. Lame.
Okay. So the way this works, when you summon them, you're going to be rolling a d10, which will determine the state that this creature is in because there was a natural 1 arcana. There's other consequences as well as that. But they spawn out, and they are on top of you, and they are defecating currently. All over your pants.
Incredible.
They just came in, they were mid-defecation when you summoned them.
Incredible.
Starshine just jumps backwards like 5 feet.
There is a horse-sized guard drake that has completely covered Tumblewhiskers. Tumblewhiskers is kind of suffocating right now. But you can hold
All
your breath.
done.
You got good con.
He's happy.
I was gonna
Let her know happy.
I assume you're loving this, but do you need assistance?
Just poke an arm out and give a thumbs up.
Great.
Aldheim is like hella excited and
Hat
begins
on the
like
side.
flying circles around the new summons.
They are their little tiny yellow eye, the little black slit in it's just following him around. It's trying not to move. This drake. It's trying to be perfectly still as it finishes defecating. And is just watching this little flying serpentine draconic critter.
Aldheim will like land in front of it the way it's facing,
Mm-hmm.
and in common says, "Hello."
No response. It does not seem to understand the common tongue. At least not from you. Or from
Like
Aldine.
Nice.
Turns his head, like looking confused. Looks back at Deari. Looks back up.
That was its 10
And-
for doing the same. It's like, what is this little tiny dragon thing?
Deari
these
will
people.
say. Deari will say to Aldheim in Celestial, "It probably does not speak your tongue." Aldheim will just kind of examine it, like looking confused, trying to figure out exactly what this is.
Yeah, they're just doing the whole like, what do I do? Is this food? Is this danger? Is this a toy?
Nice. Perfect. All right. I'll
Um,
finally kind of squiggle my way out here between the two of them. And
Do you tell this thing like it's just sitting here at this point? Do you give it any directives, any guidance? What's your plan here?
oh, I'm gonna. What's the first thing you teach a new dog?
I've never had a dog.
Probably not to shit indoors, but that ship has sailed.
Yeah, I should have started outside. We'll do that. We'll do that next time.
Deari will help Tumblewhisker out. So I'll give you like a psychic push.
Oh, nice.
And mechanically you can choose to just fail the saving throw and be pushed
Sure.
out from kind of under this thing.
Which way?
Yeah. No. We're
you probably would fall like on the floor, maybe. I'd
Just
probably have
just
to
through the
push you
poo.
like away from the back of the couch.
Sure, let's do that. There's a little slickness there that helps, you know. Just,
Oh God. That's awful.
So you schloop and splat on the ground there with the little bit of force. You're definitely dookied. But
yeah.
so now you've got your big pet, Starshine. You've got a cute little silver raven that's just chilling on your shoulder now. It's just waiting for Starshine's commands. What do you guys do? You have these pets.
I'm gonna do introductions. Deori, friend, good, part of tribe.
Deari will speak Draconic to the creature
Oh,
and
what are you saying?
ask, do you speak this tongue?
It just goes.
Fair enough. And then he'll look back down and say, Friend Tumblewhisker, it seems that you have feces upon your clothing.
Yeah. Well, come on, boy. We gotta introduce you to the rest of them.
I have a quick question for you, Fuzzy Whisker. This will be my cliffhanger. You guys turn a page, and suddenly before you is the silk fabric golden mask, 2 of them, like bookmarks.
Hell yeah, we're putting them on.
Yeah. So you guys put them on your
You didn't even
faces.
have to ask. I knew what you were gonna ask.
Secret code reader glasses. Oh yeah.
Here's what actually
yeah.
happens though when you put them on. You both swirl into magic and get sucked into the book. Gone.
Yo, wait, what?
You're both gone.
Didn't even get to introduce them yet.
But yeah, you put it on, and there's this and this like gold and darkness in this little tornado, and you just into the space between the pages.
Can they see us there? Like,
No,
oh,
That'd be great.
there's just a book on a pillow now, right there. We'll get to what happens with you and your buddy. He was excited too. He was like, "Yeah, let's do it." Oh, we totally got to do this right now. Put mine on.
Oh man,
Going in.
we're gonna look so cool.
we're going in, boys.
And, how does mine look? As you both start just twirling.
So I need to make like a back-to-back facing like gold mask duo, like epic like backdrop of those 2 characters with their gold masks.
Yes, that needs to happen.
Incredible.
Oh, is there any other fun stuff we want to do tonight? Because now is our hard stop.
Nah, I'm good.
Aldheim will go examine the raven, or crow, that is on Starshine currently.
Cool.
Kind of do the same thing, land in front of it, look around at the bird. I feel like Aldheim would just assume that all creatures talk as he does. So he'll give out the hello in common once more. And I'm assuming the bird doesn't speak, so he'll just kind of look again in confusion and look back towards Deori and back at the bird.
Creature hears a sound that could tell. Hello. Just the same way back.
Nice.
You can roll a wisdom or insight check with him to see if he can figure that out. But they just tried to mimic the exact way that they said that. This thing can talk.
At this point, Aldheim's probably trying to have a conversation
Yes.
and getting hella confused as to why this crow is just repeating back to him whatever he says.
Starshine, unless you tell this thing to stop, it will just keep saying whatever Aldheim is saying.
I think there's a lot of potential for some for some hilarity here. Like,
Perfect.
your name's Aldheim, my name's Aldheim.
Just get stuck in a loop. Just do.
My brother.
Brother, family.
Oh boy. All right, let's call it here. Do our little outros, and then we will pick this up next week. All right. Let me have my banner. There we go. All right. Stay tuned, folks. I have a shout out to do. Don't turn off the video yet. That's what I should say, right? So
But gone.
welcome. Welcome. Wow. Thank you, anyone and everyone who tuned in to Bane of the Ancients D&D. I am Gats. I was the GM tonight. Before I get over to our wonderful players, I want to just say thank you for tuning in. I want to do a special shout out to our Fiendish Tier patron supporter, Taja Sky Dragon. Thank you so much for your Fiendish Tier patronage. I would also like to mention, if you'd like to catch us in the future, check out in the description below. We have our Google Doc with our schedule. We update it every week unless there's any changes. If you want to see our past videos for this season or others, go ahead and go to our YouTube channel where we have all of our live stream sessions. Also want to mention, if you haven't seen it already, we have two hands actually GMing a campaign on the channel as well for Rodinia. So go and check that out if you'd like to see him GMing. And there's some other campaigns in the works to be announced soon. Woo. I think that's all I'm supposed to say. And without further ado, who was I playing with tonight?
Hello everyone, I go by Aludriea Luna. I was playing Tumblewhisker Stonebeard, and I have a new friend. They're a little dirty, but I love them.
And I'm Shuck. I was playing Starshine Glitter Elf.
I'm J. Crew. I was playing Miki, aka Fuzzy Whisker Bear Strummer, the Half-Drow Bard.
Woo.
And hey, folks, it's me, Two Hands, playing Giggle Scale Serpent Master, or as they like to call me, the MILF Master. And, yep, I tune in, host Rodinia on Sunday evenings on this channel. If you check that out, it's a little silly. And thanks for having us.
Every other Saturday. Every other Saturday.
Every other, I don't even know. Every other Saturday.
Sundays is me.
not Sundays. No one knows, man.
And hey guys, I'm Miller, playing our lovable wizard, Deori Freylor, and of course the adorable Aldine. Thanks for tuning in.
Awesome. All right. Have a good night, folks. Hope to see you next week. And is it next Saturday? Do we have it next Saturday?